this off. Hello. Been up since about 3 in the morning, not working terribly fast, but I did get a bunch of things sorted, so today's going to be either like maintenance work, or I might just dig into those Bezier EQs and compressors some more, because part of my maintenance work involves getting stuff ready for doing console X3. I'm increasingly beginning to have reason for going into that. Talking with a real good friend of mine the other day about what I intend to be doing when I switch over to recording music rather than just making fires in the wood stove and coding plugins. Because today's going to be coding plugins, but I've been getting so many things together for maybe being able to do a little bit more. And part of the reason I would like to do it is because I feel there's room for, I don't know, an example to be set. If not that, and I ran the stove at 3 o'clock in the morning, so by now it's gone out again. So I gotta fire that up again. Ought to still have a good solid 5 hours or so of stream. 6, 5, something like that. These are still disconcerting times, but I am focusing on the stuff I care about. I had a really interesting thing between Tuesday and today. I'll tell you all about it. I have a fork in the Airwindows repo, and it's illustrative of how I choose to do things. But I'll tell you, I had to sit back for a moment before I was able to respond to it the way that I would want to respond to it. My initial feeling was not as enthusiastic, but I'm finding ways of being encouraging nonetheless. That's kind of the way I want to roll. Okay, let's see if this gets going. Yeah, so basically somebody showed up, was aware of Airwindows somehow, and looked over the repo pull requests and found that there had been people who filed pull requests and I just closed them. There's one person who's the guy from Expert Sleepers, it's the Eurorack company, who had a change, and he had worked it out so that his system, which brings Airwindows plugins into whatever he was doing, worked better with this one change, which is the change to a comment somehow. And that's the only one that I've ever pulled, because as soon as he explained what he was doing and who he was, I was like, oh geez, okay, yeah, go. And I just let it go. But generally when people bring stuff like that up, I go and do it myself, because I have to hand change the code on the development laptop myself anyhow. It's not like I get to just do a poll and then it will apply to everything. No, I still have to type it out on the development laptop, and the other stuff follows from that. And apparently the fellow saw the behavior there, and I'd added a thing saying it's a write-only repo. I'm not going to be doing pull requests, and decided that I was being a big meanie pants or something, that I was being critical to people who were just trying to help. And did a fork that he was calling Airwindows Performance. And his thought there was, I'm going to do Airwindows but take away all the stuff that I don't agree with, like dithering, and do it in Juice, and I'll make it run way faster than the original kind did. Which again speaks to somebody who maybe doesn't know very much about me or the code. And I followed up on that, first seeing that people were not incredibly enthusiastic about this project, which stands to reason. There's a lot of people in the open source world who are not excited about just forks for the sake of forks, because when they become power struggles, it can hurt the cohesiveness of a community. Thing is, Airwindows is not really a community. Airwindows is me doing a bunch of stuff and then sharing it, letting people do whatever they want with it. Which also means whoever this is gets to do whatever they want with it. So I took a breath, basically, figured out how I wanted to respond, and then was like, wow, cool. Perhaps you didn't know that I was doing these things. It's just not being done in the traditional sense. But like there was one guy that had a bunch of repairs and things, and I went and just did them by hand. So he got his fixes. And if he wants to go and do a purported higher performance version of the Airwindows DSTP code, I was saying, yeah, knock yourself out. Go ahead and try. Go ahead and try. Because I would rather you do the thing and make it be whatever flavor you want, rather than, I suggested like, well, if you want to do something that's really interesting, you want to be maybe a little cheeky about it, you could strip out the denormalization code, because they have special denormalization code that drops seamlessly down into a noise floor rather than just gating, and strip out the dithering to floating point that I do, and go and look up the GUI code that I'm doing in Juice for Airwindows Console X and Console H and Console X2, and incorporate that into all of the plugins, which I'm not doing. So then there could be an Airwindows styled Airwindows GUI, Airwindows library that has removed some of the Airwindows tone quality stuff that I do. And that would actually be quite funny. I wouldn't dream of stopping it if somebody wanted to do that. They're not listening to my arguments about sound quality, and people will not listen to my arguments about sound quality because they believe that they have figured out that none of what I care about matters. And fine. These are the same people that do AI music generation, so as long as they're behind the 8-ball there, I'm all the happier. But one side effect of that is I'm going through and doing a little editing on a whole bunch of upcoming plugins, and my template for dithering to floating point has now changed and has a thing in common with TPDF wide and Pol wide. I'm doing the same thing for the basically subliminal imperceptible dithering noise generation, which runs in stereo. But now I'm doing a single if check and giving it one chance statistically to pull a different random number that is more separated if I'm running a stereo effect. So the dither noise and also the denormalization will be just a little bit more like TPDF wide than I had it. And I'm going to use that for all of the things going forward. So every Airwindows plugin, the new template, will have just this faint hint. It doesn't really cost very much doing it either. Just this faint hint of extra stereo wide in the dithering, which normally would be dithering to like 16 or 24-bit or whatever. But I'm doing it for this just because I liked the idea of running with that in exactly the stuff that I cling to that is getting static from people who are wanting to fork the, like if you want to fork the repository just to get rid of that, I'm going to add extra cycles for doing that. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it looks like my wood stove is going. Presumably I'm streaming and the camera's working and everything. I would have been online earlier, except for my camera. I decided I wanted to do a tweak on it where it looked more like the weekend video making, and I failed to come up with a lookup table that exactly matched what it was supposed to be to match that. I couldn't get the color correction out of Final Cut, and I couldn't make a lookup table in Final Cut and then do the color correction there, export it, and make anything useful out of it. But what I was able to do was sort of repeatedly apply the same kind that I have in the camera and just sort of apply it again at 0.3 strength, and that hyped up the color and contrast and stuff. And that's as far as I'm going to be able to take that. I don't think I'm going to be able to do any better. But I just wanted to make it so that the live streams, the vividness of the appearance of them was just boosted a little tiny bit more. I'll show you how I did it too. And we do really have a very vivid fire going now that I've got this hyped up thing. So yeah, it doesn't look very different, but I got one of these. It's a thing called a color checker. Color checker passport is what this is called. And it's apparently, yeah, this is the company Calibrite. You can't really see it very well unless I angle the light just right. Maybe even if I do angle the, oh, there we go, boom. I'm not endorsing them. I just owned this because it's one of the things that I got for making videos and stuff. And you can do this. So that's a black, gray, and a white, and then a whole bunch of color chips. And the neat thing about the black is that is actually very reflective. Gloss black is darker than matte black. I maybe can make, yep. Yeah, so there's the black, which is now being brighter than the white. Because gloss black, if you're not actually and actively reflecting it, and the color chips do the same thing. We've got those range of grays down to the darkest black there, and then the gloss is even a layer of black darker than that. But then you've got these little color chips on the side. And I just brought in the lot that I was using and layered it a little bit just so that the colors pop just a tiny bit more. This is also a very noisy thing to close and open. And I've got a little bit of espresso here that I made just before going online. And it's actually quite good. Look at how thick the espresso was. I will hold off on making another one until like noon. And then maybe I'll simply make another one of those. Oh, also, I have another thing that they're not giving me any money, but I just like these people. The music thing, I guess it's 8MU? Yeah, this little thing. Now, the colors of these sliders are a little bit more intense than they were. It's a little closer to what the actual colors look like in the room, rather than being just a bit washed out. And yeah, it's going to be great fun doing that when I have like the whole studio stuff going. Guitars and things, and a different camera where it shows more of my studio and so on. That'll be good fun. But yeah, here's where I left off. And I updated all of the little inset cameras as well, just because. One of these days I'm going to get help from somebody to get that laptop with the Minecraft server up and working and connected. I'm ashamed to go to my internet service provider for that, because it's like, what would they know from Minecraft servers? Why would they know or care? But I do hope at some point I can get that back online. If anybody knows about that stuff, by all means talk to me about it and we'll figure something out. I have it available. It is in fact up and running. It is on my net. It's on my local Ethernet. But I can't connect to it at all because I have not figured out how, like, it powered down and then it lost its IP address somehow. And I've never been able to put it back. But yeah, what we see here is me doing a bunch of things, and I have a specific thing in mind that I got not a very large amount of sleep, but enough, and woke up with a new idea for the reverbs. And one thing that you can see underneath is I've been digging through my reverbs and things and coming up with a lot of possibilities. Ooh, also look at that. You're not seeing all of the options, are you? Smooth Hall appears to be the lowest one, but that's actually not true. Because here's where the bottom of the screen is at. So I'm working on Rockstar, but all of these are going to need to be dialed in to do a exact reverb behavior, which I'll be doing with my new little speaker. I was charging it up a little bit before going on. And also, let me take a moment. Gotta do that damper. Damper is very important. Damper means that the smoke goes through a catalyst, which cleans it up, but it also burns the smoke. Yeah. No, I'm not joking. That's the thing. I came up with one of these new reverbs, and they're all a little bit denser. I do not yet know whether the Cans Deluxe is going to be using pre-delay. I feel it is just possible that it won't be well suited to pre-delay. But I came up with one where it was a localized close-up control room. I might even be able to play bits of it. Here, give me a second. I'm going to move some of this stuff around. Oh, that's the wrong place to go for that. I'm thinking of doing, for the upcoming weekend, I'm thinking of doing Wooden Box. I'm thinking of doing the one that's like reverbs except for tiny acoustic instrument style thing. Because I got to do something. So yeah, this should be patched through into the studio mains. Yep. So I measured this and did stuff with it and observed that it was a very... I measured this and did stuff with it and observed that it was a very high peak energy relative to RMS. And then it's very quick. It's very quick and doesn't linger and make a bunch of mud. And then we've got our guitar coming in a moment after a couple of thumps. And it just sounds like, it sounds pretty accurate. It sounds kind of like the thing, except for that it's not. It's a reverb impulse. So if I do certain things with it, I might be able to clean it up to the point where it would work really well as a headphone reference thing for that purpose of blending out the sound in the phones so that you can hear a little more of that stuff. Ironically, this is one of the ones that's very high peak energy. But I feel that's the basic gist of what it would need to be. So yeah, that is a possibility. That is something that can be coming along. But as you can see, I've got a whole bunch of different sounds that we can run with. And my hope here is that I can play with this. And then once I finish with this, we'll work on some of the Bezier things. And then I have a long day of copying in from, this is my reference file for these. So these are the data for all of these, but they're all going to have to be fine-tuned. Like this is what I had before, and these are the ones that I've just added, including things like Opera House. Opera House kind of like honks in an interesting way on vocal soundings. It sounded like it was a somewhat smaller hall, but weirdly tall. Like it was a two-leveled hall that was kind of posh and luxurious looking. Bell chamber was weird because bell chamber sounded like an open area that was sort of a triangular shaped giant box with maybe bells hanging in it. It sounded like not a normal room at all, but it reminded me of what a belfry would sound like. Levy, of course. Levy should be fun. Levy, of course, is based on the idea of the Led Zeppelin track. And I had drums, and the drums were very tightly contained within the reverb, rather than the reverb sounding like it was washing all around everywhere. But it was trying to turn my drum kit into that kind of drum kit. And so I thought that might be a good idea. Boardroom, it's a normal sounding room. Atrium sounds like it's a room that's open on one side. And yeah, got a bunch of stuff like that. Bedroom is just annoyingly tiny, but it felt like it had some realism to it. Stone room, I dialed that, I searched for that based on the Peter Gabriel track Intruder, because that's the first known example of the gated stone room sound. And that has inspired what I'm going to be trying to add to all of these in a special kind of way, because I've made some changes. Oh, Little Chamber should be fun. Little Chamber should kick the butt of the chamber AR that I did, which really didn't make it. Cedar panels, another wooden style room, like barn or K-wood room. Where cedar panels is a little brighter and chimier than wood room. Warehouse, big ass place. Basement sounds like concrete or dirt floors, but it's relatively, it's not a huge room, but it's also not so small that it sounds like a closet. And like, you know, we're doing this stuff. This is the kind of stuff we're doing with here. So once I get this sorted, we're going to be copying all of the information from this into all of these with everything I'm going to be adding, and then getting Rockstar tuned in properly, which I'm pretty close. Actually, it's not Rockstar I'm going to be using, but I'm going to need to start something here. Got some adjustments to make, and then it's going to be, I think it's going to be the next one in line. And I'm using that as a template for all the others. Once I have that sorted out and I have the full flexibility of them, all these arcane little adjustments that I can't expect people to normally make, then I go through and copy the dial this in please version to all of these instances and get ready to kind of write them all out properly. But yeah, let's see. So what was I needing for this? Here's one of the things that I've added. Early reflections. Now, and I think this was Tuesday. Early reflections now do not make scrunchy noises when you move the control around. I made a footsteps recording to demo this with as well. And it ought to be very nice. Although I don't know if I would go so far as to make it with a built-in dry wet. Oh, is there a spring reverb in Surge? I didn't know that. I'm going to have to work on that at some point. Clearly, I'm going to have to work on that at some point. But what I need to do in order to do that is define in the genetic algorithm what resembles a spring. And I've got some real-world springs that I can test to see what gets me there. But I'll have to figure that stuff out. Like, how do I combine these properties in such a way that I can identify like springiness and go and seek out something that most exemplifies springiness? I have to define the sound qualities of that in order to go with it. So yeah, we've boiled this down into its simplest form. But there is an additional thing that I've added. So I'm going to define a non-lin variable here because this is going to inform what I'm going to try to do. The idea here is I've got that one that acted like the wood room in Intruder, the famous stone room, sorry. The famous stone room that kept getting used in gated reverbs, where you got all of that Genesis and Peter Gabriel stuff that goes. And I got something that sat in about the same way and even cuts off a little tiny bit. Like seems to cut off a little tiny bit. So now what I'm thinking is, what can I do to either nudge the regeneration back or forth to do this? Because I've adjusted these. So room noise L is just a quiet sound, right? But room noise R, this is the one that's going to be interesting. And it's going to be interesting because we're going to be tracking input sounds coming in, or possibly the feedback sounds themselves could be another possibility. That might actually work, is to be tracking the feedback sounds instead, have it be the regenerative kind of thing. But that's going to set the threshold for Reg 6N. Because what's happening now, and I should be able to demonstrate this, I believe. Although I'm going to have to... Got to get my wire out. There we go. Because we have the mysterious...
Power on.
Power on.
Bluetooth connected.
Here's our mystery speaker. And as long as I'm reasonably gentle with it, it should behave itself. And I want to use this for dialing some of this stuff in because I feel it's giving me a better window onto all of these things than I had with the studio mains, which is hilarious, but there it is. And here we've got raw sound. And then if I, in the most recent stuff that I've been doing, here I've got my new Susan. It comes from Tuesday, I believe. I think I dialed that in then. So we can do this, right? It does not crackle anymore when we do this. This is going to be consistent across all of them. But check this out. It didn't instantly cut off. That's because it is chasing a regen setting based on what the random fluctuations are doing. Turns out, if you have it adding the random noise to that regen setting, that's how I'm getting the sort of wind effect. And I had to dial it right back down to be a very small amount because it was extremely aggressive and was making lots of aggressive noise. In fact, that is, I discovered that using the Fender Rhodes sound, like the rail Fender Rhodes sound, and discovered that it was too aggressive and I had to pull the noise way back. And it was not the regular noise, it was the fluctuations of regen that was causing it. So the next thing is to continue to reference that Fender Rhodes sound so that things don't get too messy. But now I need to make it chase regen based on the amplitude of the sound. And I'm tempted to use the sound coming in because that will give me certain behaviors that will be good. Like sound coming in combined with nonlinearity, making the loudness of the sound coming in suppress the audio. Well, that's going to make it so that if you have long extended reverbs, it will tend to do a replace like Galactic does. And you get to overlay stuff onto the reverb. And it will also tend to make it be like New York style compression. Compression where there'll be some reverb washing around in the background, but then if you're putting a lot of sound through there, it won't tend to muddy up very much. Whereas if the amplitude of the sound coming in, or arguably the sound that's in the regeneration, is increasing the regeneration, that's your non-lin, like with the gating. And I'm thinking not a large amount of it, but I'm thinking that's going to be a thing for every one of these in a very small way. And yeah, maybe the Stone Room will have it a slightly more aggressive version of that. Already sounds kind of like it is, so that'll be fine. But they're all going to be fine-tuned with that because now I have it altering on the fly to produce a wind noise effect and that slight instability in there. And if that works, and again, I can show that to you by just the speed at which the regen changes. That could also be used for a non-lin effect. And I feel that will be good. So that's the next thing to try. So what I'm going to want to do, input sample L is what I'm going to be running with here. This is updating fairly quickly. We're no longer doing DRes stuff here. These are realistic. So and that should be fine, I guess. What's input sample even doing here, though? No, it should be legit, but I can come up with that before we bring early reflections in, and that'll make it a little bit cleaner. We'll have a little crisper effect doing it that way. So we're going to make another double thing. Apply. There. So if we do that, now we have something where if the sound is real loud, it's going to be spiking up high, and then if the sound is real quiet, it's going to be reduced. And we're taking that before we bring in the early reflections because they're honestly just going to muddy things up, and it might as well have it be reacting to things pretty crisply based on the actual input sound that we're dealing with, which is going to start out like a what we're feeding to full wet. I do not have a mystery speaker IR, and it wouldn't really get you anything. It's like having an NS10 IR and applying that and thinking that's going to help your mixing. That's not how any of that works. So there's no mystery speaker IR. It is technically all you would be doing is overlaying whatever distortions it has on top of whatever else you've got. So, like a neat idea, I guess, but it would not actually work in the slightest. Or even sound terribly good, to be perfectly honest. It'd be worst of both worlds, and you'd be preferring best of both worlds, I think. So yeah, now we have a apply non-lin. It is a mono signal that we get to use to calculate this out. So all of this is based on this calculation. So this used to be room noise larger than 0. This is the one where it's using the absolute value of the same input there to force it towards the center position. But that's also what we're doing to force it towards it's wandering not towards the center position, it's wandering towards what regen is. That means I get to apply the feedback, and it's going to be hovering around that amount. Turns out that works fine. Also, it means I don't have to do extra calculations when multiplying the feedback by something, because I get to multiply it just by noise R. And if noise R dropped down to 0, it would be perfectly fine, safe. But if it ramps up, then you get into the more runaway feedback behavior. And we're going to do regen 6n plus apply non-lin times whatever I called the control that I just added. And it's called non-lin. So this is going to start out kind of aggressive, and I'll probably need to adjust it, but that's fine. Let's check. So room noise does center around 0, but this feedback does not. So if I have that centered, since I subtracted 0.5, if I have it centered, it won't do anything. But when I start bringing it in, it's going to start doing stuff more and more aggressively, and we'll get to hear what that sounds like for the first time, because it should interact with this nicely. Oop, simple mistake. We got to close that parenthesis. See, we do that, but then we need one more. There we go. So most likely what I'm going to need to do is scale this way back. Then I'm going to add it to the first of the reverbs that I'm going to use as a template for the rest of these. And then I'll do the rest of that copying on my own time. To the extent that I have that, presumably I have that, we'll find out. If I get hit by a truck between now and Tuesday, I won't probably have gotten around to doing that, but the chances of that are not likely if I stay here working, so go figure. Anyways, here is continuing drums and these little noises. And here's my reverb. And we're using this as 0.5. It's probably going to kick in very aggressively. So if I sneak it negative, it's definitely subtracting aggressively. I feel this is the opposite of the nonlinear though, because I'm hearing the echoes, but it's able to stomp on them. So what happens if we do this? Okay, that was definitely the feedback part. A little crazy. It's delicate, this is. Let's keep it more restrained then. Okay, no effect. Adding boost got me in trouble before. Let's see. So this actually gives us the gatey effect. I also might want to fool with the scaling of this. So that's scaling back. Also, I should be able to make it more aggressive if I don't have it all boosted. There, see, now we're getting that Nonlin effect. And then the opposite's also going to happen. But again, clearly I need, because what's going on is we're getting the sustain effect only sort of at its maximum. And then the inverse happens. When we get down to quiet, weird stuff starts happening. There's a little delicate section where it freaks out. So there's one obvious thing, which is that all of this has got to be scaled quite far down. And it should be able to do that without too much trouble. So we'll do this and then times 0.1. I'll still be able to make it blow up, but it won't be as useless in doing so. I can also do something more useful with this. So if we do max, we'll be taking the loudest thing that we can get out of there. Don't mean to bump the... I had to repair the stand for the crazy giant speaker. And what shall we do to scale all of this in a way that's useful? Well, I feel like it's going to be... Let's continue setting it up just right. There. Now we have something that will go from 0 to exactly 1. So what can we do with this? Well, if we use what we do on the staging of input controls, which is set it up for a sort of logarithmic kind of behavior with a power function, well, what happens then is I can make it force everything to be much, much quieter. That's not what I'm wanting to do, but I can make it happen. So what I could do is... You know how if we do power functions and we take apply nonlin and go like, okay, so apply nonlin to the power of 3. What's going to end up happening is only the very loudest of sounds will actually give me a large number. And then everything else gets scooched over towards the quiet end of the spectrum. So similarly, with the regeneration control that I do, I can cause it to sort of fight its own nonlinearity, the way that the audio is a logarithmic function. I can cause it to fight that and give me more of a, as long as sound is happening, I get basically a 1 out of this equation, and only when it becomes good and quiet does it switch back over to 0. That's going to help it work more like a nonlin that we know and love in reverb algorithms. It's also likely going to help me with the other controls, because what's happening now is only my loudest sounds cause this to happen, and it's not terribly helpful. So here's how we go about doing that. Apply nonlin is now reversed. That means we get to do this with it. So it's 1.0 minus that, and then we make it be 1.0 minus itself, and we get the original value back. But here's where we can start throwing that logarithmic behavior in. Because you see, we know it's going to be between 0 and 1. And we know we've reversed it, so that if it's quiet, it's going to be closer to 1. That means we can do as much of this as we want. We don't even technically need to run a power function on it. We can simply go, that's the power of 3. Then close that off with that. We're going to apply it using the nonlinear control, which we've just made much gentler. And we know that if we apply it positively, we'll get one kind of behavior, and negatively we're going to get another kind of behavior. But what we've got now is a whole different skewing of how it takes effect. And we still have the capacity of making it blow up and go into feedback, which it might do very aggressively. But what we've got here let's stretch it out a little bit. There we go. That's clearly the gate I was talking about. So if it was going to be this one, it would have to be dialed in such a way that you could maybe tell it not to do that quite so hard. And that's a really aggressive, it's almost a dynamic inversion effect. Because we're adding so much of it. Pull it back a little bit. And again, we're going to get into a zone where you can get into infinite reverb that way. And we'll find that here. It went too far. So to dial this one in properly, what I need to do is slam it with full blast just to get into the zone where I know what beyond infinite feedback is. Otherwise, it'll simply do that. See, it still thinks it's going into overload. And I can do that using alien kittens. I can do that using whatever. The important thing is that it's able to get up to a continuous blast of full crank. And I can demonstrate that and then show what it's like when you take it back into the drum zone again. Oh yeah, no, it let the demons out big time. So we'll cut regen as far back as we can. And then let's see what it takes to get this into the zone of blowing up and going crazy. Probably not quite this, but we'll see. Oh, there it is. So now the way that works is I can find the ultimate blast where it goes crazy, and I have to clamp it so that it can't quite get that hardcore. That's about 5.2 on it. And I don't get to add any more regen, because if I add any more regen, the loud stuff will blow up again. But what I can do is go back to here and see if we have any sustain on these quieter things. If not, I might need to adjust that logarithm algorithm again. And to be perfectly honest, it's not really giving me that much. There might be reason to clamp this elsewhere too. Applying it the other way is safer. Yeah, that's a little more sustained. And see, it is already a really aggressive. Again, I can magnify this more though. I absolutely can magnify this more until it works naturally with stuff. Because we've got it set up so that this is maximum sustain. But the difference between that maximum sustain and it cutting off and being very quick roll off is real striking. Like, I could probably add another factor of 10 to this. Although I feel like the inverse is I feel like if this is less than 0.5, I get to crank up regen as far as I can want it, and then all that's going to happen is it'll effectively cut out sustain as sound is coming in. Like that's 0.518. So 5.2, 4.8, 4.81, I guess. Same thing. It transformed from not really very much sustain to, now that we have a sound in there, it's infinite sustain again. See? And then it cuts off. So again, if it's below 0.5, I can push it as hard as I want. Because no matter how hard I push it in that direction, it's not going to cut off the sound. All it's going to do is be able to replace sustaining sound with more sound. So basically what this tells me is that I've got a wide range of control over both of these. And I can probably, let's see. Because yeah, the adding of it, I feel like maybe what I should do is have a max that it's capped at, because it feels like I'm able to dial in that maximum infinite sustain amount. And it would be cleaner if we didn't have the ability to switch into this full blast zone. And I do believe I know how I'd go about doing that. So let's go and see whether we can do that. So there's regen. And this whole apparatus with 1.0 minus get param a power of 3, so on and so forth, is doing the same thing that I'm doing with the audio waveforms. All that's doing, and it's pretty much the exact same amount that I'm doing it, is it's making an inverse curve so that regen can go all the way down to 0 and it can go all the way up to 1, but then I multiply it by that. That's my maximum setting. So if we just use that again, and it may or may not be the one that I want, but we know that that is as much sustain as we can get before it goes into crazy uncontrolled feedback. Now we've got that. So we can add something here which would let us get more intensity of the behavior. Meaning if we fit this into, so there we're going to do another, I guess it'll be F min this time. In this set of parentheses, so if we're using a smaller amount of regen, that's fine. But if it starts going above what the ultimate amount could be, then we do not do that thing. In theory, that'll work. Let's find, too few arguments. What's your problem? What was it upset about? Oh, I've got that in the wrong place, that's all. Boop. There we go. It wanted to be in that param rather than the other one. Ta-da. There. So here we are again. But if I'm correct, I've just made it immune to blowing up and freaking out. Let's find out by trying to make it blow up and freak out. What's not to like about that? My speaker might not like it, but other than that, and the speaker should handle it. It'll be fine. So, we don't need as much of that, clearly. Here's where we add too much. And we're tracking it based on what's going in. There you have it. And this should not go completely insane when given stuff that's too loud, like this. Insane is relative. Insane is relative. There you go. Gating acquired. And as you continue to reinforce it, all that happens is get to do this with it. So let's give that more of the drums, seeing as that was the part that sounded more fun. And there we've got a proper non-lin. And now if we crank it, all that happens is it just never stops. And of course, the opposite works too. Got sort of a growly quality going on. So using this, I get to manipulate the way that the contour of the reverb goes. Most of it's going to be more on the subtle side, but this is just fussing with the extremist of it. So using it that way makes these sustainy pads, but they only live sort of in the background. It's like making the scope of things. This should work nicely for a deep forest, I think. It makes it possible for it to suppress initial density and have sound that's happening easily take over the reverberant field. But then if quietness happens, the reverberant field gets to increasingly sustain, and it gets suppressed by new information coming in. So it'll tend to favor what was most recently done. So on that note, I feel like I'm basically... I can unplug this for the moment. And why don't I simply set this up? I'm going to make another espresso because I got all afternoon to do this in, and we're going to be fooling around with a bunch of other stuff as well. But I feel that got me where I needed to go with regard to the incorporation of non-lin. And yeah, Stone Room is going to include this in an aggressive way. But it's going to also be part of how I voice all reverbs going forward. Everything's going to have a little bit of that in there. And what does this stuff sound like when it's through the little bitty? Yeah, because this is that Bastel Castle thing again. I wonder though. Why don't I instead pick something from my jams? How about pentagrammatical? That one's got some interesting qualities to it. And you'll also be able to clearly hear all the mistakes, but then also all of the, and we'll put it on display overlay, and I'll run, let's see. I'll run content peak, and don't need decrackle, it's a synth. And I'll skip into the middle of it a little bit. What do we got? Okay. I'll be back. pretty cool. And I can hear all the crazy little details in here, whether we like it or not. But that'll do. Oh. Wow, that was loud. That was loud. Alrighty, so that's interesting. Mr. Speaker can sit back for a moment again because we're going to get back into coding and doing actual work. But that was quite interesting. Didn't expect it to go that hard. Arguably too hard. It may have gone a little too hard. Oops, got to shut that off. Got to shut that off. Go back to coding stream. And yeah, I wouldn't call it, that was pentagrammatical. It's a track that I did, or more like a mix almost. It was a live performance on the modular synthesizer that I did in 2020, 6 years ago. And this very good. That still works. So yeah, I've got a few adjustments to make here, but not many. That part is fine. Should be good with that going forward. Let me scooch this out of the way so that I can be on camera. Got to do all of our things. Oh, I did fix a problem that I had before. The feet of this thing got broken earlier, so I reconstructed them. They're just a sort of sausage dish like from the supermarket, black foam stuff. So I reinforced them with more aluminum tape this time, and that should hold. Just something to let me make a pair of feet for the things that could be easily done with just household scissors and tape and what. But yeah, it was not Italio dub techno or French. It was pentagrammatical. Pentagrammatical, which I did on 11/13/2020. So November 2020. And yeah, to move past that, we've got some details to do here. I think if I make this 001, and then I've got one further thing to do here. Let's see, this needs to move out of my way. Thank you. Because here's my template. I'm going in and doing that one the same as everything else. But I'm going to be continuing to add stuff. So let's see. We're going to get a param I. Param I name becomes nonlin. And yeah, let's get this together so that I can move on and start interpreting some of my Bezier stuff. Because again, my hope is, oh, also, I have my coffee. It's delicious coffee. I can actually show you, this is what homemade espresso can look like if you try. So let's see. So param I. everything's going to get this list of things. That's number 8. That gives us a total of 9 parameters. The stuff is individual to each one. All these settings are going to be, I'm going to be finding. In fact, once I've got this copied over to Dry Room, Rockstar is going to get dialed in as it will be. I'm going to find the correct amount for it. It's probably not going to be a non-lin. It's probably going to be an anti-non-lin, but that depends. So I'm going to be running different stuff into it and seeing what we get. But the idea of an anti-non-lin is it's not going to be sort of muddy, and the amount of replacement you get, I'll probably use Alien Kitten to dial some of that in too. I can change the logarithmic taper, whether it be a proper inverse taper, which is no use at all for this kind of thing, or the anti-inverse taper, where it could be flat, or it could be increasingly like any sound kicks it into the non-lin behavior, which can be negative or positive, of course. There's our early 0. That stuff is all ready to go. That's all fine. I've got to add one more of each of these, defaulting to 0.5. It was quite interesting to me having the all of it, and I don't know if he even, I assume he must have known that I was getting copied on that stuff. You do an elaborate fork on somebody's repo, and I don't know if I was intentionally copied. Maybe I hope I didn't scold him too badly. I don't think I was scolding him too badly. But he might not have even known that I was being copied on that stuff because it was my repo. He sent a bunch of messages to people who had made pull requests at some time in the past, and went and corralled all those people together, and they were all like, no, but thanks anyway. No, that's okay. Have you asked him? And it wasn't really about him asking me, but all the same, I was in a position to be like, why, yes, go ahead and do whatever it is that you want. That's what the MIT license is for. And it really is. It's just for your own sense of security. Figuring out how you want to respond to something like that can be very important. Like if you want to be able to react positively to anything, even if it's somebody going like, I want to rip your entire repo away from you because I think you're bad and have dumb ideas, it's possible to even respond to something like that positively if you try. Because it might seem like that, but maybe it's not. It was, I don't know who would go to my repo and think, what this needs is more performance. It feels a little bit like somebody found something and didn't really understand what they were finding. But I guess we'll find out. There is no harm done if I incentivize them to think of something interesting and cool to do. And they do seem to have that frame in mind of wanting to try the intense thing. Okay, let's see. So non-lin, it's going to be from here, and it's going to be param I. I think I've got everything taken care of up to that. So param I. Doesn't look like we need to do this. I do have. Yes, I do have param I being instantiated and updated and everything. So that brings us to where this kicks in. Here's early floor. Same as this. Note that there are a few details. Early floor is the same as it is everywhere. But this part's going to look a little different. So here, room timer is 13 and 4, but in this case it's timer L and timer R, which actually default to 13 and 4, but this is where I play with these things in order to dial in the reverb sound and the sense of presence and reality it's supposed to have, and get it behaving the way it needs to behave. And we're going to have a little going on here. So between applying this and that, this jumps in. And if we want it not to taper as much, we could remove one of these from the multiplication. Or indeed invert the whole thing, but we probably don't want to do that because the way that a nonlinear reverb normally behaves is it's waiting for silence to gate itself. And this makes it wait for silence to gate itself. We could make it be even more aggressive if we wanted. And in the absence of that, this is going to react most realistically, I think. And then it looks to me a little bit like, no, yeah. Okay, I don't have this updated yet, do I? Well, clearly that's the next thing to do. Because this is now my template code for everything else to be varied off of with all these reverbs I'm looking to do. And it's time to bring it up to speed with what I have going on in K-Rockstar. Where are we applying? Let's make sure this stuff up in controls is doing what I think it should. I think I've got I've got an extra thing to include here. Boom. We're going to need this. We're going to need a regen max. And there's start, there's wet, and rest of the stuff is going to be fine. Here's my dial them in controls, including darken amount just as it was set, and the final nonlin, which I need to do for Rockstar. Then cruise through to here. And there's early reflections. There's apply nonlin. And it may just be that I can simply copy the one over to the other and it'll be ready to go. Let's see though. So I don't have this part applied yet, but this part probably is. So that's the amount that we're doing, and it's going to end up being WinR, and if I scroll all the way up to the top again quickly, we see that WinR can go down to a very small amount, although maybe not quite as small as that, but if you push it, then it will. And we'll see how much of that it needs. So not worried about that part. Oh, scrolling things into the wrong places now. What am I doing? But here, room noise R is the one that doesn't go down to 0. Instead, it goes down to regen. So rather than 0, it needs to be this little calculation right here. Boop. And now there's our restrained nonlinear craziness control. The rest of this ought to be behaving normally, but I do believe that this can be straight up pasted straight in. So let's find out. Plus room noise L. What changes? Does the regen 6n go away? Yes, it does. Alrighty, we should be good. If this works, then K dry room will work, including all the previous behaviors there. It's going to need to work because this is the template for the other ones to be built upon. Let's find out if we got there. I wonder if it's even in recent effects. No, it's been that long since I fooled with it. There we are. So does it work as normal, or maybe WinDAR is going to be way too loud, I wonder. Let's find out. Now, there's our traditional non-len. It's working pretty well, even though it's not in its... Oh, I've just shut off the speaker by accident. Forgive me. We'll make it turn back on again. There you go. I don't know why it gets bulky like that. And then the inverse. See, background reverb jumps up when there's silence. But it gets very aggressively replaced when there's not. That's a working template. I am good with that. We'll go with that. That means I can then turn around and use that for a bunch of other reverbs that you might just happen to see over here, all of which have different kinds of sounds. And the one I'm going to try to dial in final form here before moving on to Bezier calculations is K Rockstar, where I feel like we're going to be dialing in a bunch of different stuff. So first things first, let's build it. And figure out what kinds of noises we want this thing to do. I'm going to go for here, and I think I'm going to go for, we'll do some Alien Kittens and some Discord Welcome Home. It's a electronic track and a rock track. And we're going to load it mostly full reverb, I guess. Or maybe not. We can Well, no, it's going to have to be full reverb because that's the only way I can dial this in at the moment. Yeah. So here's K Rockstar, except for we're hearing it through the itty bitty speaker so that we can hear what the heck the reverb is doing. So if we went non-lin, that makes it become all washy, but that's not what I'm thinking of. What I'm thinking of is having it kind of continually suppress the reverb tails while things are going to clean up the behavior and highlight what's actually being performed. It is possible that in order to do that, I'm going to need to adjust the taper of what non-lin is doing. A taper might not be quite what I want. In fact, I am confident enough in that I'm going to try it right away and see whether that, before even fooling with it, we're going to try fooling with this taper. So what do I mean by fooling with the taper? What I mean by that is we've got this section here, and it is to the power of 3. I feel like maybe instead to the power of 2 for that inverse taper I'm looking for is going to mean that loud things can kind of cut out other stuff buried in the reverb. I could also dial the whole thing back a hair, but maybe that's not the first thing on my mind. I would like to make it like, okay, so let's experiment further. I felt like that was kind of a lot of reverb in the 0.5 setting. Like, Rockstar, yeah, fine, good, great, it's a giant hall and stuff, but is it a cathedral? Are we looking at having a rock band playing in a cathedral? I think maybe not. I feel like maybe we're going to want a little less regeneration on that. And the way we control that is by messing with the taper. So here's our 0 to 1 setting with its maximum setting. And if we do 2 here as well as 2 on the suppression thing, we might be able to dial in something where it sounds huge, but it is not just a giant wash of mess. Because there's plenty of reverbs coming that are going to be giant washes of mess, and they'll be great fun. I can do like Warehouse, for instance. There's a lot of stuff where I can get a lot of mileage out of making it a giant wash of mess, but I'm wondering whether this one might be better suited to, yes, you can go to ultimate maximum verb, sure, but if the default setting of 0.5 can maybe be a lot better behaved. Let's find out. We're going to build it again with the regen being a taper of power of 2. And we've also suppressed another factor, which is the amount that non-lin is interfering with it. But what we're doing is we're using non-lin to take the loud parts and cut back the sustain even more. It's going to be fluctuating based on what's coming in. And my goal is to make something that handles sustained noise and stuff going on elegantly. So it's a little bit tighter when the position is towards the back wall. And that is because there's less pre-delay, so all the little pre-delay delays are closer to each other. You start getting into a big pre-delay, and there'll be a lot more space around the sound that's being made. But then at the same time, the echoes are more dispersed, so you get more of a wash from the maximum pre-delay. It's less of a striking, clear back slapback echo, whereas up close to the back wall, position of 0 is the cleanest back echo. And maybe that's a good one for dialing in what the correct setting would be. So we can do this, but this is the amount of sustain we got going on. And doing non-lin, it gets very messy very quickly. You can do as much non-lin as you want, but I'd like to dial in a setting that cleans itself up more, so it's not just a lot of wash. This is going to be too much. Let me select a different section. This section. So the goal here would be find a non-lin setting where as it drops into that quieter section, it kind of flares up a little bit, almost like it was compression, except for it's a reverb. And the wild stuff going on, formerly buried in the reverb, kind of jumps out and gesticulates. Crazy things happen. But as soon as the super loud kicks back in, you have the full dynamic impact. The difference between this and non-lin, in the traditional sense, is rather than it getting much cleaner and drier as the volume level cuts back, like in the section that I'm playing, instead the reverb needs to flare up just a little bit when the stuff cuts back. It's like all of a sudden, boom, now you've got a little bit more ambience, but not a whole lot more ambience. Just a little bit more ambience. And when the wall of sound kicks back in, which normally would be taking up a lot of space, it starts replacing the regen of the reverb and rather quickly cuts back the total amount. So I believe what we've got now is an exaggerated version of that. More sustain. And then the reverb is kind of quieter again. So, if we were at literally closer to exactly 0.5, close to what I'm looking for. I was going to demonstrate that literally at exactly 0.5. Here's the same thing again. So if we do it that way, it doesn't actually rear up and go crazy when the quiet section kicks in. We could also do the very end, where it'll become quiet, and that will illustrate what's going on there. But I feel like I was in the zone as far as finding a way to make it do what I wanted. So And again, I can suppress this background noise very hard. We can make it become real dry when stuff is loud. That's actually not terrible. Let's bounce, before making a judgment about that, let's bounce over to a rock style one that has an intro. You know what this sounds like. So what does it sound like into a Rockstar reverb? The idea across, I guess. The fade out should tell us a lot here. Full sustain. So if it's basically going at full resonance and full sustain, it quickly becomes just a mess. So what I'm thinking is ways of dumping stuff into this reverb where as the intensity increases, it starts replacing what's there. So you have a pretty spectacular, almost like it's compressed, but it's not really compression. A pretty spectacular splay of reverby sound going on. But the harder you push into it, the more it's kind of cutting back the regen to make it just a accentuation of what's happening. Like in super loud reverb, and I probably want to dial it in such a way that I should probably do this at sort of full crank, the body of the sound. What I should be doing is listening in and taking myself back to when I was a kid and going to a rock concert when I was only like 14 or so, because I was in Michigan, and I went with my brother and some cousins to a Night Ranger concert in a hockey rink. And it was the loudest thing I'd ever heard in my life. And there's this way that the air just crackles and echoes. And if I can find a density of the air in this full tilt reverb that emulates that, I think that would be a really good answer for what a Rockstar reverb should sound like. And all of the reverbs will have their own distinct answers for this kind of thing. And of course, some of them, like the Stone Room, are going to be the opposite. They're going to be non-lin reverb, so the noise will cancel when silence happens, making that effect. That one will probably have its own dedicated control, because how can it not, right? It's perfect for it. But there's going to be a density where there's maximum sustain and reverberation without it getting too sloppy. And I should be able to dial that in by just setting it to full blast and tuning it based on my funny little speaker that I came up with that helps me do all of these things. Again, I've been talking to some friends about this, and I really wonder whether I'm going to have to start making those somehow. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but the way that it behaves is helping me do my work. And I can't help but feel like it would help other people to do their work as well. Back to our noisy noise. So let's give it some more beams. Some of this stuff's dropping out though. Okay, so if I go, I could play with, let's play with position a little bit while we're at it, because that's going to change things a lot. What kinds of tones do I have available in the full wet, raging maximum, well, not really maximum, I can give it more sustain than this. But point being, this is now including that faint nonlinearity that is cleaning up the reverb field based on how much intensity is going into the reverb field. And I've dialed it in a couple of different ways to try to make it be pretty much perfect, but I haven't fooled with position yet, and position's going to blur out some of this sound. So if 0.48 is the correct setting for this, let's see what it does in some other settings for position. liking the way that that snare kind of goes crunk in the background. That feels like an extremely big room. And that was the hope, was that I would be able to bring that kind of stuff in there and have it balanced. Let's quickly hear what just the beginning of it sounds like in this setting. I'm satisfied with that. That'll work. So next thing to do is to take this 0.48 setting and build it in. And I'll whip out my little calculator just because I don't necessarily trust myself to do simple math. 0.5 equals negative 0.002 times 0.01 . There we go. So non-lin becomes 0.0002. And now I have just updated it inside the code, so we can just delete this part and put dry wet back. All the ones going forward have their own controls for stuff like that, so I won't have to edit it quite that way. And that probably is going to give me my final K Rockstar reverb exactly as I intended it. Let's find out what that's like now that we have a dry wet, which is going to make it behave a little better. So again, little bitty speaker, here is the dry. And then I'll bring in the reverb. Seems pretty clean. And if I fool with the position, I can gradually make the whole thing move back towards the back wall, as in the band will appear to move back towards the back wall if I'm getting correct. And now that we've ascertained that, let's assume that's the amount of reverb we want. I'm going to put it on the big mains. We could also pull regen back a little bit. Bypass. They were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. They all joined their hands and they set up a chant. And Discord goes right through the screen
going welcome home. We're all so glad you're here. It's going welcome home. We've longed for this for.
So that sounded pretty big. It's just that this crazy mid-rangey little bugger is ear splitting, but it's meant to be. That's what it's for. So adapter, and I'm going to bring it in on the big main speakers. Eventually I may have only ear splitty type speakers for all of this, but they would at least have subsonic lows from the subwoofers. Little guy there doesn't have subwoofers, so it's just bark. So here's bypass. And the reverb setting that we had on the itty bitty speaker. Kind of worked. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to call that reasonably effective. It'll run better as a reverb that you send AUXes to. But then that's pretty not surprising. Of course it would. Hey, on it, Dylan. So yeah, we have a fully interactive big Rockstar concert hall reverb. Which will get increasingly suppressed as more volume comes in, so it doesn't just become a giant wash. But you clearly still get the sense of the scale. Well, this is the new reverb. I'm developing it as a model to base a bunch of other ones on. Other ones that are being worked on are, well, hang on a moment. I could build this and then copy it over where it belongs. Here's that. It's clearly ready. And then this can sit over here to also suggest that's ready to come out, but not this week. Susan here is also something that's ready to come out, not this week. And Food Matt has beat me to it. My plugins are free for you. Just in case you didn't have any money, you should still be able to have them. I get supported by Patreon. So there are a lot of people who like me doing this. And when people are using a bunch of my plugins and really enjoy them a lot and they have money, often they like throwing money in my direction. So that's what the Patreon is for. And technically not every format available, but more formats than you would guess thanks to Bacon Paul. Bacon Paul is the one who does the consolidated version of the plugins. He came up with a whole system where it just reads my GitHub repository and sort of automatically builds a plugin that brings in all the newest ones. It's very clever. Bacon Paul is very clever. What would I like to play with next? Let's play with dynamics and see what we can get to happen there. Do a quick build. So dynamics, that's another thing. I had some thoughts on this. Might or might not help. We'll find out. Bacon Paul's very smart and also is working with a bunch of people who are also very helpful. I'm going to be watching Bacon Paul very closely going forward, because and you might as well ask, like, how do I do this much stuff? It's because I have done this much stuff, so I know what I'm doing. Bacon Paul's the same way. Thing is, he's diving into Claude Code and such, so I'm going to be watching very closely to see if he makes more or less on the back of that, because he has enough capability that if he tries to do Claude Code and it starts telling him a bunch of stupid things, it'll just slow him down. He'll be like, nope, 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 not that, not that, not that. And he'll spend a bunch of time trying to make it behave, which might be more time than he would have spent originally. But yeah, he's exploring, seeing whether it improved the speed of his stuff. I already know that I wouldn't be speed increased by any of that, nor would I really want to be, so it's all good. Anyways, let's see. Dynamics 3. Let's see what Dynamics 3 looks like. I even have it there to use. So we can do this. Slow attack. Faster attack. Faster release. Much slower release. Gate isn't doing anything, so this is the thing I'm thinking about getting busy with. I'd like to do more of an upward compression thing, but I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly the way they normally go. But if I can make something that's really good, it won't matter. So let's see what we can make happen in this. If we start with this, let's fool with the size of this window too. Also, while I'm at it, let's throw another log on the fire. It's been cold the last couple of days. It's not going to stay. By next Tuesday, it's going to be 80 again, but it's been cold up in Vermont the last couple of days. That said, we're getting off very lightly up in the Midwest and Central. Weather is really brutal in the United States these days, going very poorly for everyone. And that is expected and normal, but unfortunately it's all because of climate change and such. So that's what you get when you allow that to happen. Or even worse, do it on purpose. The people who are accentuating climate change and going for as much oil, etc., as possible because they think it's going to open up new trade routes are fools. That's not how any of this works. But so far, we're still mostly surviving what climate is doing to us. Alright, that should catch. Back to trying to get Dynamics 3 to be something cool. I'm really warming to the idea of not trying to do gating out of these. Like the original Console X is where a lot of this comes from. And Console X has multiple bands of Kalman filter stuff going on. And it had gating because SSLs have gating. I don't really use gating very much, although I was able to make it work. But that had gating because SSLs have gating, and a lot of it was modeled on the kinds of controls you had in an SSL. I've since moved beyond that in the sense of keeping the 4-band idea, and Console X2 specifically was all about having it be shelving EQs that acted like little sort of tilt shelves, as it were, and were very, very high resolution. It's based on my smooth EQ technology. And I'm looking to do the same thing, if that is, it is worth doing, with my Bezier filters, because I've recently improved the Bezier filters, but it's a little hard to tell how much. And the dynamics, it's much clearer that the Bezier comp worked really well if I can get it to work really well. But the filters, on the other hand, I don't know quite yet. That, like, Bezier Q2 incurred latency, but had a particularly interesting sound to it. And I'm wondering whether I can get Bezier Q3 to not run latency and have amazing sonics. And so the little Barkey speaker is going to show me a lot as far as what kind of tone that has, because it's doing a pretty good job of delineating details in tone in a way where it's very obvious. But it's the dynamics we're doing now. Ooh, can I do? I do believe if I can say dry wet, I can say ceiling. So we'll give that its name. We're lowering the ceiling on the compression, if that's the way that works. Also, it may just be that I can raise everything. I can also do makeup gain on floor. That might sit well. It'd still be going into the input, mind you, but that might work nicely. It'll be interesting to see. And then we're no longer doing a gating, so I can ignore this part. Simplifying matters a little bit. And then let's see what that gives us. The whole circuit is very simple. We just got this here. Let's make these names correspond to what we're doing. And I feel like trim is also gonna be related to floor, and we're gonna also accentuate the amplitude by that. So let's see, how's that going to work though? So let me keep an eye on chat while I'm here. Luca is asking, what do you think about running VST inside a portable guitar pedal? I would absolutely do that. In fact, I have talked with other plugin developers and such and been directed towards somebody who's trying to market like not DIY, sort of turnkey solutions for people being able to manufacture audio software in a box. I even know what I would do. Hey, Jeff Frank. What I would choose to do, which would be something like Pointy Guitar or Pointy Deluxe, for making a box plug-in thing that acted like a guitar pedal, because you'd be able to replace your amplifier that way. And the nice thing about Pointy Guitar is that it doesn't run a latency, so it'll respond a lot quicker than a lot of things that you could have. The catch is, although that'll run on a very simple substrate, I got in touch with people and then didn't really follow up because the amount of overhead in getting like enclosures and all of that kind of stuff and getting prototypes made, like I can't afford that right now. I'm cutting back on food right now. I can't afford something like that. If the Patreon goes nuts, maybe we can talk. I can do what I'm doing here. I cannot jump into that particular kind of guitar pedal. What I can do, and I'm actively looking to do maybe in the near future, is start developing analog guitar pedals that I can use to get my own sounds with an amplifier. Specifically, I have this nice little tube amp. It's behind me. It's the slightly wood-colored thing, like literally right there. Let's see, my finger is just about touching it. There we go. That wood color thing that you can just barely see, that's a speaker cabinet up on a stand with a little tube amplifier inside it. The tube amplifier is simply a hot-rodded Epiphone Valve Junior. Those are very affordable. They're not very high wattage, so it's a Valve Junior run into a speaker that is about as worth as much as the Valve Junior. It's a Celestian greenback, low wattage greenback. So it's quite loud, it's quite clear, it has a lovely little sound, although it still sounds a little bit like a Fender Champ or whatever. It doesn't sound like a stack. But it's big enough that it sounds more like a twin than it does like a Fender Champ. It doesn't have that Layla Lee guitar sound that's just nothing but wiriness. And I can run a Strat into it and get lovely, lovely sounds out of it that even break up a tiny little bit. They're perfect. But then, if I run one of my humbucker guitars, they have a thing called a varitone circuit in it. Technically, it's a Delisle pentatone. And all that is the same kind of mid-range cut that you have in the output of a Mesa Boogie amplifier. That 5-band EQ, that's a series of notch filters, is what those are. That's all they are, is a capacitor-inductor pair to ground through a control. So I have those in my guitar. The Gibson Varitone is that in your guitar, meaning if you're running into a high gain amplifier or getting a bunch of distortion or even just driving the amplifier hard, you can clean up the lows so that it's kind of like the booster pedals that you used to get, like the Dallas Rangemaster that people used to use for heavy rock, where there's a high frequency boost. You get to do a low mids cut to clean up the aggression of your sound. The problem is, this low mid cut only works really well on a transistor input. I run into any transistor input and it works super well. As soon as I run into the tube amplifier directly, that stops working very well. It doesn't sound good anymore. People used to call those the tone suck circuit. You take it out because it was just garbage. And that's because going directly into a 12AX7 triode, that circuit doesn't work nicely anymore. But going into a transistor input, it's completely fine. And yeah, that's my next step, guitar pedal wise, is coming up with a buffer pedal that is suitably Airwindows-ized. Like, I can use the same transistor that you get in like a couple of Zachary Vex pedals, like Fuzz Factory, Super Hard On. I've got a bunch of those transistors. I can start fooling with that. And it's a question of how I designed that. Do I put in a step switch on there? Do I just make it as the equivalent to the bit shift gain, but of guitar pedals? And if I make those and they're great on my guitar and for my purposes, I could also be selling them. I have a way of doing that where I could start them off in a way where people who are just discovering it for the first time get in easily. And then I'll just kind of, each new one that I make, because they'd be made one at a time by me, by hand, each new one would be like, what was it, 1.618% more than the previous, something like that. I had an idea worked out where it would follow the golden ratio, but of the price would gradually creep up as it went, because I cannot survive making only guitar stomp boxes unless they started out at insanely expensive prices, and I don't have a following for those, so that is never going to work. But if I do it where it's following this scaling up concept, then I can do custom ones. I can start them out in ways that people can actually have them and get a hold of them. And then if it did start becoming successful, I'd be able to stand that without necessarily having my life taken over by it in a way that's bad. Like, if it started to catch on, then that would actually work. And you'd kind of have to get in early if you wanted to get them cheaply, because it would start scaling up. But that's because they'd all be handmade with the design that I do and every possible tweak I can come up with to make them amazing. Like, we're talking beyond point, like Analog Man does point-to-point wiring. I've got pedals from him, and those are way better than the modern designed circuit board ones that people quite readily get these days. And I should be able to go beyond Analog Man with the stuff that I know. But not at scale. Not at scale. So yeah, it's a whole thing. Let's see what we're looking at here. This is also a whole thing. I've got an attack speed. I've got a release speed. If we are not trying to gate, then this is not going to be a thing. So let's see, we're not going to have a best gate control. I made that go away. So we're not going to have this either. And, well, now hang on. What would it be if this was the inverse of ceiling? Well, first of all, I don't know. I'm not sure what that would be if it was the inverse of ceiling. Although one thing I can do is steal that scale factor. I am also wondering a little bit as to, this is all very well and good, but maybe I want it to be able to go down a little further. Starting at 0.25 doesn't seem awesome. Although, so I've got a power function in here. So if we start at 0.25, and then it was to its own power, then my real minimal setting, it's not quite to the power of 2, is 0.0625. and that's my new threshold, that becomes both the input drive and the output. If I was to make best floor be the inverse of that, yeah, everything's getting scaled by all this. I do have best ceiling in here. This part needs to be changed. CBA times 1 minus best floor plus best floor. That part's not going to be correct. Not going to want that. In fact, I have a new way of calculating this stuff out that might be worth digging up from recent Bezier calculations. Might just be. Might just be. I think that's going to be in a recent project. No, it is not a recent project. I think I may have this in Bezier Q3. Yep, looks like I do. We've got this stuff. This is the new Bezier filter. We're just doing it repeatedly because there's multiple layers of this filter. I haven't assembled these back together again yet, but you can do this. So maybe the first order of business is to see whether I can do this in the direct form. Let's find out. Start with that. And then as long as we have the name of the file corrected, this will also hold for the reverbs I'm doing, if all goes well. Like, it should be possible to just do this, and then that covers your entire Bezier filter. Not going to want to use the gate there. So let's assume we're going for CBA just because we can change it later. In theory, all of this can be replaced with what I see right up here. In theory. Time to find out if that is true. Come on, you. So I guess the first thing we do is find out whether this still works, because we just simplified this code quite a bit in a way that probably will lead to it being better than And we can even do this. Oh, got a problem. What's our problem? Oh, I see we do have a problem here, don't we? Yeah, that doesn't belong at all. Ooh, and this does not contain L's and R's, so I do need to update that. That's pretty simply done. We can simplify that until it matches what we're doing here.
Power off.
Power off, it says. Okay, redeclaration of Bez floor. Don't want that. Where'd it come from? Oh, it came from here. What the F? Well, you know what? I'm pretty sure we don't want it to do that. And it's not using that variable yet. That tracks. I agree. It is not using that variable. Yep. Let's go and see whether this works. Don't need that open. There we go. And let's do a little of this very familiar audio. What do we get? Okay, we got it acting a little funny, but something happened. It's doing something, just maybe not very elegantly. Yeah, this definitely stopped working properly. I'm not quite sure what went wrong, but with a bit of luck I can find out what went wrong. We're not using that. We're not attempting to use this. We're not using the gate, so that's normal. That is what it's supposed to be. And then this is going to be something else. So I know we want to start with Bez B. Here's our sort of pre-gain. This is not relevant to the best of my knowledge. Let's see if we can get it acting like the previous one on the sound we had before. We got a drum kit here. I basically remember what it sounded like when this was doing. So ceiling, attack, release, floor. Okay, that's a little weird. Okay, my whole scaling went weird when I did this one change. So I do not trust that change that I did. I remember what it was. I just thought it was going to be fine, but clearly not. That used to be 0 plus 0.5. I've changed it to 0.25 and now it's behaving very poorly. Because, you know, if Bez ceiling param a plus 0.5, Bez ceiling can end up being quite a large number where stuff is not going to kick in unless you drop it down. I was trying to exaggerate the amount that you could drop it down, but I think I went too far. Let's see if we get back what I had. Because if I get back what I had, then this line of code is fine. A lot of this is just wrestling the Bezier compressor into behaving. It's not like it's a normal thing, so I got to do my best with it. Also, I could be running on the little itty-bitty speaker. This is doing aggressive things. We're way off in left field here somehow. Okay, more work is going to need to be done here. So what's our little deal here? That's acting kind of funny. That's not doing what it's supposed to. It's as if Bestgate was doing something more useful than I gave it credit for. Or I've just got this all miscalculated somehow. I don't know. We can but try. It's getting on towards 2 o'clock, so got 2 hours before thawing out food. It's gonna be another crunchy taco day because I still have some American style tacos to get through before I switch over to the cheaper, nicer, but also I risk biting my mouth soft tacos that I'm switching to for money reasons. So what can we do here? One of the things I can do is just madly try to undo everything possible. There. And then if I undo everything in the H file, ooh, we can't, but that's easy to undo. There, that's now undone. Yay. Let's rebuild this and see if this is where I left it. It really should be. I feel I'm quite fortunate to be able to test that the way that I am. If this works, I can explore and find out what screwed things up. So, ceiling. That's what it's supposed to be doing. It's not screwing anything up. And there we've got some proper compression going on. It can be fast release, or apparently very, very slow release. This could use some work too. The range of useful settings is very shallow. Grins, I don't quite know yet, but maybe so. Anywho. This is functioning compression. So how is the tax situation going? So I am now paying about 1.8 times as much as I did last year, which beats what happened last year when it was 10 times as much, but is still painful and difficult. So I have to cough up another $300-400 a month just to get ahead. And I am still waiting to find out what's happening with Vermont State Housing Authority. Worst case situation there may be that that's another $300-400, but it remains to be seen. I'm waiting to find out. So with this, we've successfully got something that is acting like a compressor. And we've got a thing called slow res, which appears to be set to exactly the same settings. That's interesting. Oh no, BezRes is being scaled by this. That suggests that I can dial that in a more interesting way. Or we could apply the same correction to slow res and see what that does. After all, this seems to have got BezRes into an area where it's behaving itself fairly well. So what happens if we do that to this one too? What does this give us? And I'm definitely going to find out what happens when I comment out some of this stuff, because something got it to behave poorly, and I'm wanting to figure out what it was. Build. So I've changed only slow res. Want to find out if my drum sounds here act in such a way where they behave like something I'd recognize as a compressor. Middle setting. Fast attack. Very slow attack. Release. Okay, very slow release. Faster release. That's clearly compression, so far so good. And you can go from nothing to very heavily smushed. So that's still acting like I would expect a compressor to act. Let's see what happens when we start stepping this in the direction that it would go for having it behave really poorly. Can we step in that direction and get it so that it's giving us more aggressive smush? Because I'd like to be able to get it to go into a sort of compressor meltdown mode, but you have to push the knob really far to do that. Bypass still seems to be pretty legit. that's clearly compressed, so far so good. And then we've got a really aggressive dynamic inversion. And our maximum release is really, really slow. And this is still a gate. I changed the name, but it's still a gate. And I'm no longer wanting it to be a gate. So, As for the hardware setup, maybe on a day that I'm actually doing music and jamming. Like, I don't even have a camera that I would be using for it. So, also, I see a comment from Bazillion Duchy. So while I go back into this, so the deal with doing your own interfaces for my things is if you want to make your own thing using my DSP as a base and bringing your designer concepts to it, you can and should do that as your own thing. You know, there will come a time when people are just only doing that. And we're not quite there yet. But the way my plugins work is I'm attempting to do Dynamics 3. There's been a 2 and a 1, and et cetera, et cetera. And there's literal hundreds of plugins that I have done. I'm not interested in adding anything like a GUI for one of the plugins unless it's A, one of my console ones that has too many controls to work with the sliders, or B, it's done for all of them. If you're willing to sign up for doing GUIs for hundreds of plugins for free, I would have to ask how sensible you were, because that doesn't seem like a smart idea to do. I mean, it's a neat concept, certainly, but I don't think it's reasonable. So let's see. What if we limit this a little bit more? I'm not sure whether that actually gets me to where it needs to, though. Like, my speed controls here are kind of giving me fits. Although one thing I could do for laughs is build in another trim. That said, I am curious about what happens if I do this. What happens if I do that? And this. In theory, that should just make it work the same way as it did, but without the gate. But when I did that before, it stopped working. So let's do a quick little check and see what happened now that I've taken those things away. Is it going to act the same as before, or was that the problem that I ran into? Okay, well, we seem to still have this. We seem to still have that. I think we improved the maximum range of this so that it's a little more reasonable now. That seems cool. I feel like I need to make the gain zip up again following release, even though it goes down following attack. I've got attack and release working in such a way where as it swings back up, it's being restricted by release, which is how it clamps in the way that it does. But that's not letting me get to a That said, I'm happy enough about this. This part seems to still work. So we got away with this part. That's going to be fine. Okay, so Basmin is swinging back by slow res. Bez res is what's getting added. Cycle is getting Bez res added. So that's as fast as we go into here. Trying to figure out how we're going to make that work. Could it be we've got them now doing the same thing? So what would happen if hang on. So now if one of them is shorter than the other, it will go with the one that is shorter. Slow res is chasing the speed. Bezmin, which we're tracking, is chasing control. Well, now hang on. So control's going to be the loudest possible setting. Loud going into the compressor means it's going to be turning down. We're still doing the old form of calculating the amplitudes of everything. We're still doing the old school hang on. Okay, there's no gate being used. We got Bez Flora here, but we're not doing anything with it. Oh, hello, because it's A. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe that has something to do with it. What the heck are we doing? This is going to be part of the gatey stuff, isn't it? What happens when we do this? Bez floor is tied to the input gain directly. I changed that, but I didn't see what it was doing. What have we got now? We just changed a bunch of little things to see what they did. Everything could have gone to hell, or it might be fine. I don't know. Firstly, let's see if we still have normalish sound. Nope. We want something that this did. It was doing something decidedly helpful. Great, so that's interesting. CBA, oh, that's okay. Already. So we do need to do this in order to make it work. That suggests that we can also bring in that other formula, making it run a little bit better, because this would be the part that I was missing. This is applying it. So if Bez floor is param A, what happens when Bez floor is like literally not even there? Times 1 minus Bez floor plus Bez floor. Let's give this a try. Now we've got a million useful parentheses there, but if this works, it'll be worth it. Do we need to use that Bez floor for something? Because I feel like it served a purpose, but the main thing is that CBA needs to be F min CBA divided by Bez thresh. And fiddling with that better might have all kinds of useful parameters going forwards, but I don't know, so we're going to find out. What do we got? Okay, that's compression. Faster attack. If we do a really fast release, then basically we're not getting the release anymore. Okay. Well, at least we're seeing something out of this. So, Phil, I absolutely would not mind if you stitched together an Airwindows Frankenstein plugin. In fact, I encourage people to do that. I've got a bunch of people out there who are doing that with the plugins that they like best and even putting them out. There's the guy on the drum and bass forum, the Dogs on Acid, who has a whole variety of the Airwindows X filters, or Z filters, something like that. I think it's Z filters. And he's just got them switching around and an extra boost stage in the end and stuff, and a little interface that looks kind of like retro Roland gear or something, or retro Emu gear. And he made it look the way that he liked and is putting it out. And he started out by putting out a giant label that said Airwindows with the W capitalized. And I was like, yeah, how about no? You can still have that on there, but maybe your name can be bigger, and please capitalize it correctly. And he ended up fixing it. People often do that. They're like, I'm going to do a plugin, and I'm going to combine all of these things into my own special blend, and then I'm going to trademark it so that it looks as if Chris is personally responsible for all of this. And I don't like that part. Use your own name with it. But it's there for you to do. You go ahead and stitch together a Frankenstein thing that has my choice of doing stuff on the MIT license has a lot to do with that. I absolutely encourage people to DIY their stuff, and like I like to say, you can do this. You could even sell it, it's just that I will be giving mine away, so good luck behaving as if you're doing anything that I can't give people for free. But nothing is stopping you from trying. Yeah. The thing I was telling the fellow that was getting all up in my grill trying to fork the entire Airwindows repo last night is when I found out about that. I was encouraging them to try to take on the not the slider designs, but the knob designs and things that I made for Console X. Because I've designed interfaces where you can re-aspect ratio. This is something I don't think designers often consider. Can you make a design where you could have it be horizontal or vertical or anything in between? Because if you make it resizable, there are a lot of DAWs where it will let you resize the window to anything, whether it makes sense or not. And I think it's classy to try to make it so that the interface will attempt to adapt to even something that's completely unreasonable. Because who knows, maybe people would enjoy having all of their stuff be like vertical or horizontal or whatever. And so I made mine work like that, but I've not seen anybody looking to do GUIs who are at all interested in doing that kind of thing, because it's harder. But all the same, I think it's worth it. And anybody who's using my stuff with that at its full potential is also using the file called Airwindows Globals, meaning you could make your stuff color match with mine. Even if you just learned in the consoles all of those GUI ones that I'm doing. They have code where you can go, and Juice lets you go and read the same file I'm reading. And I've got the code there. It's still MIT licensed. You can parse that. You can design your stuff around letting the user pick whatever color they want to, and learning the ways in which I went about making that possible. Now, it's more aggressive than people normally will accept when they're designers. Like, I let you make the background color be stark white or literal black, and it's less easy to work with that way, because intermediate colors are blends off of what the base color is. But it's still, so the degree of flexibility I let people have is kind of what I'd like to see people run with. Let me take a moment and throw another log on my fire. And yeah, I've never yet found a designer who is willing to run that direction. And that's really the stuff that I'd be most interested in seeing. But I can only encourage. I can't do it for anybody, or rather I can do it, but I can't get anybody to run with that. People tend to want to go, I have a particular layout with an exact aspect ratio and all of that kind of stuff. I know how things are supposed to look, and therefore I want to make it look like I was drawing it in Photoshop, and then that's how it should be. And I'm much more interested in having these things be a lot more flexible than that, but I haven't found anybody else running with that, so I'll just have to continue doing it myself. Yeah, there we go. Like, open up Console X2, or I suppose Console X or Console H in a DAW sometime and start resizing it and see what it does. That's what I'm looking to do with GUIs. And I am doing it, it's just that I'm not doing it for every plugin I put out. So let's see, back to Dynamics 3. We're trying to get cool things happening here. I believe what I just found was that this did actually basically work. But I disabled the ability for the attack to be really slow. So what would it even mean? Is it, hey kid cut up, well you're quite welcome. What would it even mean if you had a really, really slow attack but a fast release? How does that even work? Like, a slow attack means that your gain punches up really far. And the fast release means that the gain zips up really fast once the compression passes. So technically, rather than... It might very well be the best cycle, because the compression speed is being kind of controlled by how fast the Bezier filter is going. And formerly I had that being Bez res, and then slow res just clamps the swing back. If I have the cycle be Bez res or slow res, it will indeed swing back faster, but then it seems as if it doesn't have a slow attack anymore. So what's going on with that? You know, I have another Forbidden Music coming up that I have again forgotten to do for Wednesday and on also Thursday. If I wasn't streaming, I'd post it right now. Maybe I'll post it before I make my tacos, which will mean that I will have to gear up doing the tacos maybe a few minutes early just so that I can make sure that happens. I've got a... What have I got? I've got something coming for Forbidden Music. I recorded it. Okay, yeah, I did AC/DC You Shook Me All Night Long for the new Forbidden Music, but then I haven't posted it yet, so gonna have to get on that one, clearly. But yeah. I am very eagerly looking to do more expansion on that, but the first thing in line is kind of the new console X3, and that's what I'm working on right now. Is this Dynamics 3 is a piece of what's going to end up going into Console X3. That's what the hope is getting that working. So let me see. Looks like I have compression happening. In fact, maybe I can even... See, we're not changing that yet. I bet I can open this in recent projects. There we go. Let's see whether we can go with the new formulation and still have it work. Copy that. We need to replace what's there. So if this can be made to be the same thing as this, in other words, and then this gets replaced by these. And then I remember they don't have a left or a right here, so it would be just B, C, B, and A. In theory, what I did was I also deleted this, and that gave me problems. Let's see whether this now works the same as it did before. We've still not got it perfectly dialed in, but all the same, that's worth finding out about. I'd kind of like that. I'm fond of my Bezier compressor, so I'd like to see if I can go to this new formulation that might be quicker to calculate than the old school version. where you just have to do lerps between everything. Okay, sounds good. Okay, that's interesting. We do have some different behaviors here, more than I gave it credit for. Release is really fast. Then it does appear to be able to go fairly loud. So that's what you'd expect with a faster attack and a slow release. Then we're kind of taken over from that release. And that does not do anything currently. So my next question is, what would floor be? Assuming that this weird interaction between attack and release is usable, because it is the Bezier filter, I feel like I could also exaggerate the dynamics even more. This part worked. I do in fact get to remove that. And in fact, I would also get to do this. And then this is a name that has to do with everything lerping to everything else, which we're no longer doing. So therefore, let's give it a different name. And then we didn't need this, so we can get rid of that. And we're not using gate. We renamed it, but we're not using it. Now we're not using this either, so yay, I guess. And we were dialing this back bit by bit to see whether that helped. Ooh, let's also... No, let's not, because we don't actually have a slow res thresh, do we? Let's see how far we got. So this goes from a 0.45 to a 0.4. Which in theory is going to cause the maximum smush to get even more exaggerated, and it's probably going to give us additional boost. And we're supposed to be able to still have no compression when we're fully cranking. No, I don't hear it doing anything. We're good. That's clearly compression. Okay, that's clearly lots of compression. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. We've got our poppy snappy little attacks here. I could make more room for settings here. Our scaling is weird. All of this stuff could be in a much smaller area up here. We could have more range for adjustment, and that could be done. Both of these now match, so that could be done right away. So 1 F max pow 1 minus param b times 0.5 to the power of 4, huh? That's going to... what's that going to do? That's going to make these numbers become tiny. But it's the large end where they're posing a problem, isn't it? Up near 0, BezRes and SlowRes are 1.0 minus nothing times 0.5 to the power of 4. So that's making them be a small number, but it is not small enough. And our contour is pretty exaggerated. Maybe this is going to scale it better. But if we start it there, power of 2 overall scale, let's see what it did. Nothing wrong with going and seeing what it did. Can always put it back. Bit of a wild swing there. Sometimes this is all about wild swings. The X concept is concerned with making the most of the controller that I made for myself, but I am increasingly more interested in just having certain parts of it, like a 4-band horizontal slider that would work for dynamics, or the 4 joysticks that I use for EQ, and then the fader banks. The fader banks, that's just normally works. I have Airwindows built into Reaper. That's available for anybody who is patient enough to implement it. But all the additional controls on the controller I'm not finding necessary or useful. I've got it set up in such a way where those additional controls work for instances of Crunchy Deluxe, or I could have it be Crunchy Guitar also, but the controller has its own cabs style high pass and low pass, so I've been basically implementing Crunchy Deluxe, but then I've not been using that so much, so who can say? All right, now what happened here? Okay. Okay, that's a fast attack. That's a slow attack and a slow release. Okay. I didn't guess that this was going to be the thing, but I feel like maybe that is giving me what I needed. Slow attack with an even slower release. Fast as possible. Although with the slow attack, the fast release isn't doing nothing. Or so what I'm now wondering is whether these could be both essentially tied to the same thing, but then the second control is sort of a manipulation of the pair of them, making one go faster and the other go slower, and whether that would act more like it's meant to act. Because it's kind of not acting like it's meant to act. You can make sense of it a little bit, but it's acting weird and wonky. And as fun as that can be, I'm wondering whether they're having these tied because they are basically the same. If they were at the same, they'd be acting like this. Slow it down, and you start getting more of that initial spike poking through, but I've still got them basically matching. So that's acting kind of like set attack. And then release is becoming a completely separate thing. So what I'm wondering is whether this control that's marked release starts here and then gets adjusted in some way. Like if we moved it this way, what happens to the release? If we move it this way, what happens to the release? So it's really doing what the release is. But we're not really getting additional boost going in. So I wonder whether I can do an additional gain compensation based on the position of the release. Filament and music, there will be a Dynamics 3 mono that is a left-right split. I don't intend on doing a mid-side. Mid-side would require separate controls everywhere. Not impossible, not the top of my list. I'm basically liking the position of these guys now, although I am still wondering if I can do something with the release that will cause it to seem to zip up more aggressively. It's like it kind of is. Clearly slow release. Clearly a faster release, but it stops actually taking effect as much, and I know why that is. I know why that is. I'm wondering if I should be running 2 of these rather than just 1. That's a fair question. Like, I could. I'm just trying to get everything to work on one single Bezier curve. But nothing's really stopping me from running 2 of them and having them intersect somehow. See, that's the trick of it. What you'd want to do where's my other stuff? Where's this other stuff? Okay, so we're not using this variable anymore. But what if we were? That's kind of what we're trying to do, right? A max. Ceiling, attack, release, and floor. We've got, okay, we're going to call this ceiling. We're going to call this floor, but we're not using it yet. Oh, hang on. Oh, you can't edit all in scope when that's the only thing in scope. Silly me. Parameter D. So if that is we shall see. Maybe this one doesn't get anything added to it. Or multiplied by it. And then I got to update this. So that maybe can be 0, like min. So what then happens if we have an incredibly fast release and we're trying to yank the gain up again as aggressively as possible? The idea there would be it springs back relative to what we're calling slow res is the release speed. But slow res can be smaller, it can be larger actually. Smaller is slow, larger is fast. Larger makes it go faster. It is a compressor. Where does Bez trim even enter into anything? What are we doing with that? We're defining it here. We must surely be using it somewhere. Not there. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's easily done. That is just this whole compressor. Right there. So I'm now speculating on... Yeah, it's a Bezier compressor. I'm now speculating on running two separate compressors in parallel and linking them together somehow, so that our maximum gain boost is like the combination of the two. And I'm not sure I like that. So what needs to happen is we're generating this value called comp. Comp is a Bezier result. There's only one Bezier curve, but the attack of it can be slowed because it's kind of suppressed by the speed of the input. So Bez comp, Bez control keeps getting boosted. It's getting boosted by either control or the slowed down version of it. See, I can simplify all of this too. Like, but it does have to be times Bez res, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So if we do that, then so here's what's Bez min is the maximum of Bez min minus slow res or control. I think that's making it spring back, but I may be failing to understand how this is working. Then, if Bez cycle is chasing Bez res and ignoring slow res, then we have now just completely disabled the release time. Because I'm thinking we're going to end up doing a completely different thing to make the release time work. Floor does nothing. So this is basically a Bezier comp. Release does nothing, and when you speed it up, it's basically doing a full-on compression at this speed. So that's kind of like limiting. So it's trying to swing up as fast as possible. So ideally, if I was able to doctor this in such a way that it forced release to be at full crank at all times, that would be interesting. Can we take release and make it just blast? Because I can use release and make it react slower, but can we make it just blast? So control is max input sample. If control goes louder, then we're restricting that. And we have a makeup gain going on. Don't mind me. It's been a long day. I'm doing my best. We got some perfectly good stuff done too. That reverb is going to be great fun. Looking forward to doing more of those. Okay, see you later, Grens. Gonna have crunchy tacos today because I still have some of those on hand. I gotta eat my way through those before I can switch over to the cheaper ones that are soft tacos. I'm going to switch over to the soft tacos, and I'm also going to change the recipe for me making the sort of hamburger based beef taco mix that I make from 5 ounces of ground beef to 4, and then the spices and stuff, because it'll make it easier to eat if they are also a little bit smaller, and I'll be able to save money on that as well. Also, if it's only 4 ounces, it'll work better for like spaghetti and meatballs and stuff as well. Ground beef is so freaking expensive. It really is. So, best control is actually what we're chasing. And if it's small, we have more gain going in. So, oh wait, I don't even need to do an if statement. We'll just do this. I have best floor, don't I? Not for floor. There, so we can force it to be louder than 0. That's going to make it turn down more though. We can force it to not go any quieter than, yeah. So this is going to compel it not to be, it'll go from 0 to 1, that, and then we can force control to have a limit. See what happens when we do. Oh, made a mistake. Got there. Yeah, because the attack still needs to be able to shut off the sound, but we're effectively disabling it. What did we get? Okay, that's compression. When we start doing this, what do we get? Okay, we made it go quiet. Interesting. We made it go quiet even easier. Okay, that's literally the opposite thing that I'm wanting to see happen. Interesting. That would follow, though, for F max, because this value going up means silencing stuff. So it was min that I wanted after all. What do we got now? It's the opposite. We're doing the opposite to see what happens. What do we got with this craziness? Okay. Firstly, let's see if it works at all. It does, cool. Okay, the makeup gain worked, but it didn't compress. And now it does. Excuse me. Okay, we got compression. Release does nothing. And at this stage, I think we just have distortion. We have simply amplified it, is all. One thing about it, that did give us a floor. I think we may have taken away the ceiling, though. Okay, and release is still MIA. We're not doing release. Let's do a heavy compression and a really fast attack. I feel like I may be able to get in here somewhere if this floor was A, reversed, because it's operating backwards from what I think it should, and B, there was more gain on tap there. So let's see. So floor needs to be reversed. Now it is. It's got the same scaling. And if we have it at 0, it is literally 1. So well, hey, let's find out what happens when we do this. Even more input gain. Bada boom. But we are normally scaling back afterwards, and we're not going to be doing that necessarily, not with floor. Floor's like input slam. The question becomes, can it actually work? And I don't know, so we're going to find out. I'm happy at least that this part worked. I was hoping that was going to be a thing. And it is. It is. That did work. Now, what do we got? Like, if I can get it to behave, I will be well pleased. Also, I've got another variable hanging around that I have not used. Okay, here's our lower ceiling, raised floor. Okay, well, we don't have a ceiling now. All it's doing is distorting. So that's able to go way too hard. Release still ain't do nothing. So if we get into here, we are boosting floor, which can go like arbitrarily high. But it doesn't feel like it's increasing the speed of the release any. So floor is interfering with the compression. I'm able to boost using it, but it is getting in the way of the compression. It's not letting me compress anymore. So part of it is all well and good. So here's part of my problem. Control is fmin bes floor comma control. That I think is a problem. I think instead we want to do something else here. First, let's get rid of that. That's going to resume full compression and no ability to let stuff through. So I feel like the deal with this is control could flatten out to some extent. Like there's my maximum effectiveness there. But if Bez comp became control scaled by floor somehow, like because if this becomes larger, it turns it down. Therefore, if this becomes quieter, it doesn't turn it down as much. Therefore, if Bez floor times Bez floor, that's going to make it smaller. And if it's a square root, then it won't make it smaller as fast. So that's going to be interesting to see what it does, especially since this can still go to 0. Which is also a problem for if I turn it up all the way, so there's that. Easy to fix though. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong way. That makes it even closer to 0. Let's not. Yeah, what the hey. There, F max. There, now it doesn't get to be 0, so we don't have to be afraid of dividing by 0. I could have added this, but no, actually no, I couldn't have because it's 1 minus that, so it's all good. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Next experiment. Let's see what it did now. So we're boosting going into there, but then floor is cutting back the maximum amount that it can cut down by while still leaving it kind of there. Unless I've got this all completely wrong. We'll find out. Yep. Still bypassed. Compressed. Okay, well we're adding more boost, but not in a helpful way. All that's doing is it's increasing the initial spike. The idea is not to increase the height of that spike, but to increase the loudness of what comes after. But all this is actually doing we can have a compression. It's effectively just turning it up more and more and more. That's not helpful. Not loving that. Although, could it be that it's the pre-gain I'm adding that's causing a problem? Like, what would we get if this floor was being applied here? Also, just for laughs, we could bring this in here. It's bold of me to assume that's going to help, but who knows? Like, I have a very clear idea. Here's the funny thing. It's like, I have some real compressors. I got to play with them and do stuff with them. I have like Heritage Audio, the Neve style compressor that they made, diode bridge compressor, and I have a distressor. And I didn't necessarily find them that much easier to dial in. What I'm really trying to do is make a compressor that does what I want, but using only Bezier curves. So we got our slow release. Feels like it's still doing its thing though. Bits of this feel like it's groping in the right direction. It's just a little hard to tell. It's just a little hard to tell. Because we do have the super squished ceiling. I can do a fast attack. Release really doesn't feel like it's helping me at all. And the idea with this is to bring the tail of it up rather than have it be squished, but not also turn up the gain on those spikes at the front. Yeah, I'm not happy with how release is acting at all. Very unhappy with that. And I wonder again if I need to tie it to attack and then move it relative to attack. Like, could that be what it wants? And then floor, Floor useless. Floor no fun at all. Unless it can be a... and we're still not doing a damn thing with Fmax, or Besmax. I got Besmax in here and I've done nothing with it so far. And the hope is that it could be used to do something. So that turns out to be not helpful. So larger is more compressed. So I should be able to set a limit there somehow. What if I have no idea why that would work, but it's worth a try. Sort of trying to compensate there for the amount of boost that goes in. Might do the literal opposite though. Stranger things have happened, usually to me. What do we got? I'm really tempted to go in and start playing with the Bezier filter again, because this one, I'm drawing a blank again. Yeah, release is unhelpful at this time. Yeah, I think we're just clipping now. Yeah, we've just disabled it. That's all. Although, so if that's ceiling and floor, right? Well, floor does nothing when ceiling is at 1. Ceiling does nothing if floor is at 1. Maybe that's not so crazy after all. Like, it's not great. I'm not that thrilled by what I've got there, but we might be in with something. See, there's your floor. And then it's kind of extra boosted now. I'd really like to make this go in such a way that you could have the floor with the maximum release basically turn it into just like practically a limiter, forcing it to be loud, bringing stuff up in a parallel compression kind of way, which I don't feel is quite like what's happening. Although it's a bit hard to tell. I suppose we could simply exaggerate it more. More gain. That I do nicely. And that stays where it is. Yeah, because maybe I don't even need the power function there at all. What's that power function even doing? It's making it so that the initial stage set to 0, well, that's 1. And then as I turn it up more, it's going more quickly to a state of 0. So honestly, that may still be fine. Also, it looks to me as if I could have the max be a lot less and still be fine. I feel like I was getting gain that I didn't want in there. I do like the hard edges in the compression. That's what I'm trying to make them do. I'm trying to make them do very hard, and so far completely failing, but who is to say? We can but try. So we're not going to use that. I'm gnawing my lips, which is a dead giveaway that I'm trying really hard to make this work. And that it is stressful. So, we've also gone a little bit louder. So extremely intense, still got those little pops in there. Release functions, but it's not very impressive as far as making stuff go loud. And what we've got now is we're bringing up the gain again. But all we're really doing is bringing up the spikes. Those are quick little spikes, trying to see, it doesn't feel compressed here. It's nice enough, but it doesn't feel compressed here, although release is going to have a role there. I've got that, oh, hang on. I've got that, oh, hang on. I've got that Bez Max sitting around, waiting to be used. Well, if Bezmin equals Fmax Bezmin minus slow res or control, What if we like reverse all of these things to try to make a BesMax that does something useful? Oh, no, as excited as I am, we don't need to capitalize that. Reverse all the things. Plus slow res control. What now happens to this? Also, we can start BesMax at 1 and see what that does. So now what have we got? Also, let's ignore this part because it didn't prove to be useful. What's going to happen there? Well, the idea is that slow res can go much quicker or slower based on where that's set, so that's not necessarily wrong. We're still bringing it in based on BesMin, which is cutting stuff back when slow res is engaged. Don't know if it should, but it is. Okay. Also, technically, I can just do this, and then it's a BesiComp that reacts just like BesiComp would. So that's my minimum setting. That's what we get to squish it down to. Okay, here's an interesting idea then. What if we try to swing up by BesMax? Well, that's a curious idea. So max has to be at least min, but if slow res is a large and going really fast, then it's going to swing back much faster. So now that I got this, what do I do with it? So min's chase and control, meaning it can get clamped when slow res is slower than you expect. If slow res is faster, then control doesn't die away as quickly. Don't mind me, I'm trying to see my way through all of this. Was res adjusted? Yes, it was. I do believe that counts as it being adjusted. We're fine. Doesn't have a slow trim, but I don't think I need one. So I guess what I need to do is have max be limited somehow, where it's just going to go up. It's just going to have slow res added to it, meaning it'll just go to the sky and never stop. That's probably bad. Do I even want to have Best Max behaving with Best Min at all? I'm such a boring streamer, oh my god. Yeah, people are running away like mad because I'm stuck on this and I don't know what to do. But sometimes that's just how that rolls. You know, never can tell what time of day people are going to be here or not. I do believe, however, with me not playing any audio and just staring at this, it's not the most compelling of watching. I'll be honest. But this is what it is, though. This is what I'm stuck with. Now, if we just use this, we're back to the one that we had before. And we're doing nothing with Best Max. Neither are we turning it up or anything. It's 1, yeah, so it's the minimum of either Best Min or Max plus slow res. So it's snapping back until it gets to Best Min. Best Min is either control, or when control is suddenly quiet again, control is low again, it's going to hang around being a high number as it gradually comes down. Could it be that this is where the floor comes in? Oh boy, I don't know. So we can try this. It's minimum of best-min or possibly floor, meaning it doesn't get squished beyond a certain point. It certainly puts a hard limit on how hard it can be squished. Well, hey, Aurora the Dreamweaver. You guys with your funny A pointing to A there. I don't recognize those glyphs. Go figure. Quick little additional boost to the wood stove. Mine's, well, it's going to warm up soon enough. Going to end up warm soon enough. My apologies for not making spectacular plugins every hour of the day. Sometimes I have to sit there being really stuck. And on such days, no one can save me from being really stuck. I just feel like there's bound to be something that I can do with this Best Max. There's bound to be a way of making it so that stuff springs back to full volume way quicker. Don't necessarily know what that is. Let's see what this did. Here's another experiment. We can at least see what it did. Even if I don't feel like it's looking very promising, all the same. Oops. What do I mean, oops? That's exactly what I wanted to do. Come on. Get it together, Chris. Here's some drums. Very little change to release. This feels like it's doing nothing. I feel like I should be able to use floor to squish up the volume even more hard until ceiling is just a wall of squish. I feel like it should be squishing from both directions rather than canceling out the compression when it goes this way. Don't like that. As much as I do have something happening with floor finally, there's that at least. I'm not getting what I want out of attack and release. I'm just not. Like it's sort of just barely subtly doing something, but I'm really not happy with that. Could it be that I just have to be doing these at radically different speeds? Like when control goes high, we're squishing stuff down. Best control here is what's causing the compression. The compression part's working. It's not working great, but it's working. It's literally right here. And it's 1 minus comp divided by Bez ceiling. I wonder if there's something to be done there. Like what would we, so Bez ceiling. Okay, so first of all, we're ramping up gain with this. So when we smush really hard, Bez ceiling is low. It's a small number. So if we're doing 1 minus comp divided by Bez ceiling, that's making it that much less effective? Yeah. It's making it that much less effective the harder we squish. So if just for the sake of argument, I moved that over there and commented it out. Now, comp does not get to be larger than 1, but I don't think it necessarily would anyhow. This is letting us squish to silence. Maybe this is where Bez max shows up. Let's find out. It's time to experiment. We've now taken out a thing that I thought was necessary. Let's see what we get having taken out this thing that I thought was necessary. Fast attack again. Okay, so that's working like a release time. I don't feel like it's working well enough like a release time. Something's still off. That said, I'm basically cool with this comp being able to go to 0. I'm not sure what it wants. Let's play some more. We have a Bez max. It starts at 1. If we do Max is the min of Besmax and Besmin. No, wait, we have to add slow res. Or we could do it max is best max plus slow res control. In theory, that'd make it snap up to control. Let's find out. That's not great though, because the thing is control will go down to a tiny value. Also, we don't need these to be in this order because we can do this right next to the best cycle section because it doesn't actually have to do with this stuff up here. So now that's interesting. We're going to have Besmax sitting at very, very quiet most of the time. Unless we did the opposite and it was 1 minus control. That'd be weird. That would let it push to negative. That's unusual. Though, I don't know. What if that was good? They're both using slow res, but BezRes is the Bezier compressor's overall calculation. I'm still happy that we managed to get that equation in there. Makes everything run a little bit smoother. Might as well run smoother. It's not doing anything. And is this even different now, though? Besmin slowly tapering down after being triggered by control. You can snap it to as high as control will go, but then it can only fall back so quickly because Besmin minus slow res might still be way higher than control most of the time. Max, now that might be a different story. I've currently got it operating as literally the inverse of min. That doesn't seem like that could be right. But if I have it be control, then it's, well, maybe this is how we manage those initial spikes. Could that be it? Because at that point it'll stay squished. But if we have a very fast release, then it'll snap back to control more quickly. Wait, no, it won't, will it? If we do this, max is going to be like 0 most of the time. It's really going to fight to be 0. It's going to be trying to be 0 like literally all the time. And it seems like that can't possibly help. Well, but just for laughs, we could do something like this. Or we could have best control equal best max when we're done with it. That would be weird. I don't know what that would do. That'd be kind of strange, wouldn't it? Yeah, what would that do? What even would that do? It would allow best control to become much larger. Let's find out. I have no idea what this is going to do. Sometimes oh, for heaven's sake. Get out of there. That's not where you were meant to go at all. Sometimes these are wonderful when this happens. It's probably just a fool's errand, though. Well, fool's errand or not, I get to defrost my tacos cheese soon. Anywho. Still got little spikes on there. Floor now doesn't do anything. Interestingly, though, I'm starting to hear more of the particular flavor of squish I was after. I do not know why this would be. That makes no sense at all. But all the same, fastest release. It's getting that squishy quality. And then we can have the release be slower. So as frustrating as this is, something's happening. I like the idea of something's happening. I still feel like release is doing nothing useful. I still feel like it is just wasting my time. Like it could be a factor of attack somehow. I say that, but I do feel like I can slow it right down and then it acts like a release is being added, but I don't get to speed it up. See, clearly a slower release. But at least I'm listening for the tail of the reverb to swell up when I speed it. And I know what it's meant to sound like. God, excuse me. And now floor doesn't feel helpful. Okay, so that's wandered in the right direction somehow. But how? All this is being calculated outside the loop. As min is being calculated outside the loop, as max is also being calculated outside the loop. Max is chasing control, but staying nearly to nothing most of the time. It's really possible to crush it down to nothingness very easily, so I feel like that's not necessarily helpful. Maybe I can make it be like an IIR. Maybe I can continue the pattern. What do we get if we do this? Minus equals as max. Then what? Now what? Because if this works, it can be simplified. Well, we're still assigning things to be best max here, but that acted like it maybe kind of helped. What have we got now? And again, I don't think floor is doing a damn thing at this time. Okay, clearly that is a slower release. No question about that. That is a very fast attack. That is a very slow release. Yeah, I'm going to say that is not doing anything useful. But at least it's acting a little more like it. Right, that's interesting. Okay, so slow release. We're using a really pointy attack. I'm so confused. I'm confused, but we're starting to hear stuff that sounds like the right kind of compression. What I don't have is really enough makeup gain. But we're getting to where this is acting like fast release or slow release. And if you don't squish it too hard, it behaves a little better. I think we have the same speeds for everything. Yeah, see, we're trying to get something kind of like this. This is all well and good if you have a really slow release speed, but if you have a fast release speed, it should have that bloom, like... So if what I did was ramp up the gain more... Or... Never mind that output padding, maybe we'll simply clip that. See what it does. What happens then? So comp is swooping up to something that might be 1. I think that having Bez comp control equal Bez max helped, although I couldn't tell you exactly why that is. That shouldn't work. We have a certain symmetry going on here. Ooh. Here's an amusing story. What if we did this? There, now the attack part is governed by BESRES, but this is operating in a completely different basis. And what's more, it's cutting down the amount that you can pad with. Now what? It's made more complicated by the fact that all of this is just feeding a Bezier curve, which is doing the compression. And there's really no right answer for that. That's just weird. What do we got? Okay. That's a squished attack. Okay, we're not compensating for turning it back down again. That's what's happening. And floor does nothing. Might have to lose floor. One thing about it, now it's finally acting like it's an independent release. It is not really a set ratio, no. What have we got here? I think I need to put back the gain control. I think we need to put this part back. Or something like it. Ooh. Maybe we need to put this back, but bring in Besmax or something. Bring in something crazy like that. What would happen? So Besmax, that is chasing slow res. And it's trying to be as low as possible. And this is like our makeup game, but it's a makeup pad. Otherwise, the gain we're doing up front is too aggressive. And the reason it's a square root is because otherwise we are just clamping it down more aggressively. So, well, Bez min is shifting regularly. One of the things I'm trying to avoid with this is sudden onsets of compression. Like, it's a very fast attack there, but it's a fast attack that's a Bezier curve. So it's able to do that without a click. And I'm really trying to avoid getting clicks even at the fastest of attacks. Doing anything in the makeup gain is possibly a problem. That said, comp is a factor of the makeup gain, isn't it? So we're doing times equals comp, and that means it'll cut right down. If Bez ceiling is becoming tiny, but comp is fluctuating, maybe I can scale it by comp somehow. What would happen? Like, comp doesn't get to be any bigger than 1. Although I believe it is able to be 0. Which is why I'm looking at the idea of going Bez ceiling divided by comp and feeling that that can't possibly go to anything good. But it would add a little more swing to things, wouldn't it? We can't really override that. Well, we're generating it each time, so what we can do is just go and modify it like this. So our danger value is 0. Is the square root of 0 safe to calculate? I'm not entirely sure. That was messy, but I'll fix it. Yeah, so there, that can now be a, either it's going to be 1 or it's going to be some other thing, basically. Well, let's see what it does. Because we're now replacing the makeup gain with this, which may be a terrifying thing to do. And a truly horrible idea. But we're out of good ideas, so it's time to try horrible ideas. What do we got? Or maybe it needs to go the other way around. Okay, scaling up these to something normal. What do we got? Okay, one of the things we got is getting aggressive. Okay, it's now not sounding much like compression anymore. Okay. I think Owen is correct that it is a fast compressor. It's not really a fixed ratio because it's operating on a Bezier curve, so it's doing a weird thing. Oh, interesting. We've got more gain than expected now. That's starting to get into an interesting place. See, here's our default. So as we start making release way faster than attack, it starts to fight back. This isn't exactly as I had expected, but it's kind of doing something. Also, I am 15 minutes late to getting my dinner thawing, so I better run and do that. Here. Enjoy wood stove. Okay. Pit stop acquired. Oh, and I see a question. Here, let me stop this for the moment. So Mendeley is asking, Cans Deluxe in development on my desktop. So the thing with Cans Deluxe is I feel I have a better sounding, extremely small control room that can make a sort of enveloping sound where I can run mixes and things into it. Maybe not have it be super uber loud, but it'll fill in some of the stuff that you normally miss because it gets by you. The weird and ironic thing about it is that it is extremely peak heavy compared to RMS. So it has a sense of depth and distance in it, but it's also a very small room. And it just felt like it was a useful voicing. I'm going to have to experiment with it and find out. I don't know what it's going to want as far as pre-delay is concerned. I don't know what is going to work for it pretty much at all. But I know that it performed pretty well. So I'll see what ends up happening. Because really what it's going to want to do is be a room that sits almost entirely inside Haas effect, so that you don't really notice that it's there. It's just making all the sounds a little bit fuller. That's the idea from that. I feel like I could do with shorter times here. Like we make these attacks and releases faster. I am now leaning in to see whether I can make any sense of 7A or tilted A and then A, or I do not know what that glyph is. Glyph applause, glyph praying hands, flex. Presumably it must be good. It's, what is it, two A's nodding together or something? I don't understand that part. And I'm very frustrated by not being able to get Floor to do anything. Some of this stuff, I'm starting to get interesting results. I'm willing to say I'm starting to get interesting results out of this. Like, listen to this. A slow attack but this really fast release, and this happens. This is the default sound, but then you get this. That's actually really different. Feels almost like a nonlinear verb. And finally, it's acting like release matters. Like that's absolutely a slower release. Oh, okay. On my screen, it is showing as a tilted A leaning onto a smaller A. So I guess it must be meant to be an emoji of some kind. But yeah, slow release. Clearly much faster release. And we can be very silly with this, but then I get to speed up the release. And it starts to come back. I think it's time to throw this at some band music. So I got a few different things that I can always go for. Maybe not Discord this time. Let's do something with a bunch of bass in it. Let's see what this does. It goes much louder than that drum. Even. Okay, sealing off obviously has a lot of energy to it. we can just smush stuff to silence this way, which is maybe not the best thing. I might want to restrict that somehow. When asking what is this ratio, well, this ratio is like literally inverse. So this, I probably could work with this a little bit. Floor is supposed to be upward compression. It's super not working. I'm very unhappy with that part. See? No effect. If we go really fast, we have this ability to squish things into absolute silence. Absolute silence is maybe not what you want, even when you slam the ceiling all the way down. Although, I will say it's actively doing something, so there's that. So this is interesting. It's better than I expected at compressing. It's compressing very aggressively indeed. If we don't do this, then it is squishing. Comp goes to 0. There might be a place for this too, though. Like, what if this is where obviously it's not doing anything. It's literally not doing anything. Yay. So if it was literally going to 0, and we simplified all of this a lot, so we've got a power factor there, but then it literally starts at 0, but then ramps up to full blast. Well, we can put this back to, what's it going to want to be though? So bed ceiling is going to be a very small value. Well, what happens if we do this? What happens if we do this? That makes floor do something again. The question is it going to do anything useful? Or is it going to just be useless? If it does something useful, can we get it to do something useful that's good? In the half hour of stream that I have left. Full smush. Now, floor. it's not compensating for the pre-gain. Yeah, we can just distort this way, which is not great, not awesome. So the thing that I'm wondering about is, can I use it as an additional level of boost? I guess it's time to find out. How big can best ceiling be? So best ceiling minus floor will make the input gain go even more crazy the more we push. But there's going to be a limit because we can't divide by 0. So more fancy mathematics, I think. How about and then comp is comp divided by best floor. And then maybe we clip to the ceiling somehow or something like that. I mean, I don't know what else to do. We're running into all kinds of funny problems here, but it's finally starting to act like the compressor I want it to be. It's just messy. It's a messy beast. This can stop it from being 0 at the price of maybe making it go impossibly loud. Yup, Dynamics 3, man. Trying to get a Dynamics processor that can go into the new console X3 that I want to make. That's all based on Bezier processing. And having a really tough time of it, too. There. So now we can force it to literally explode. This is going to be most unkind. But also, maybe we can think in terms of having a hard clip related to best ceiling, and that would help. We shall find out. What do we got to do with this? Okay, that should act as a clipper. And if it works, we can bump it up. Make it so it can catch those overs, but we can still have behavior that acts like a compressor. I think what this is going to be is a super duper hard clip. Oh, you didn't know I did? I do coding streams, yes. I'm at the very end of one. I've got about 25 minutes to go. Been going for about 6 hours and I'm good and tired. Okay, so floor, 0. Ceiling up. What do we get? Okay. That's a distortion. And floor is a little aggressive today. We're kind of padding now. But that's because the compression is kicking in. Okay, floor is definitely lava now. Just for funsies, let's see what we can do getting floor to crank up so much that it explodes. Okay, that's intense. Okay, we're definitely boosting a little when we push floor. I don't know if we're getting reasonable compression there. One thing I can do, however, is seeing that we are able to crank it to the point of absurdium, we can always pump that up a little bit. So Bez ceiling becomes tiny when we're compressing real hard. So we can double it and we should be reasonably safe to do that. There we are. So min Bez ceiling times 2.0, which if that is actually a large number, there's no clipping, which is probably desirable. And then max of -2 times Bez ceiling. Rest of this is pretty much sitting around being normal. If you want to call this normal, which I don't know if that's necessarily something that you want to do. And the idea is to be able to slam into the compressor without those enormous spikes on the front of things. And currently we're testing it on this because this goes loud. Oh, interesting. Floor gets to be silent. That's special. Okay. Floor is able to be led into silence and not shut off until you bypass it. That doesn't seem great. Just adding floor doesn't change ceiling. Also, we're clipping super hard now. Okay, well, something's happening. I'm not sure floor is our friend here, though. Could it be that I need to bring floor in other places? We're going so easily to like absolute silence. So comp, max comp or best floor. That makes sense. I'm just not sure how useful it is. And then this is where some of our troubles are beginning, because we're using it as a booster, but maybe that's not the smartest idea. If we return that to being bez ceiling, we're still going hard into ceiling, but not in such a way that it escalates so insanely. So we take that back out again. Because this is what really the pre-gain is meant to be doing. We see how it looks and acts now. About 15 minutes out from dinner time. And it's quite warm, so we're not worried about throwing more logs on the fire. We're probably done with that for today. In fact, if we're done with that for today, I can release the damper. Release the damper. One thing about it, funnily enough, the ability to overcompress and silence the thing is something that is shared with the Heritage audio compressor that I have, Successor. That one was able to do the same thing, but it was very uncontrollable. And I'm looking to make this be more controllable. I'm not sure how well it's going to work. Okay, so floor does nothing when ceiling isn't cranking. kind of is acting like a floor. How fast does it go? See, the trouble here is we don't have any modulation because it's smushing it flat. I'm struggling a bit. I feel like floor is still not doing anything very useful. Although we definitely have super aggressive compression going on here. You can squish through until it's flattened. Then bring floor up until it's behaving itself. Oop, now we're getting kind of loud. We're very loud. Oh, but now we're not clipping. Okay. More, less. Maybe it's working? Fast, slow. Okay, it's interesting. Something's going on. Let's try something else. This one's very legato. What if I got this not so legato? Well, this is legato too, but this is a torture test, so let's see what this does. Alien kittens. Past a certain point, all you get is floor. But if you neutralize floor completely,
things get very messy. Okay, that's very hyped up. And it's very hyped up. Okay, so we can go really squishy. Very, very easily. Can bring it back with floor fairly well. But this is all that's really happening when you're not. I feel like that should be on tap only at this very far end of sealing, when sealing is just way the heck down. But there should be more range available for it to act like reasonably normally. So a little too eager. And you know what? I know why that would be. We can pull some of this back. 0.4 instead of 3.5. Although I do want to leave enough squish on tap that I can get like a quietly recorded drum to compress. Because here's the opposite of that. Here is just a track that's essentially mastered. It was exported at pretty much full crank at all time. So that can be expected to squish a dynamics processor to death. Yeah, sealing that low. Becomes kind of arbitrary. So what if Floor was able to let it handle these squishes a little better? What if that? Because Floor is at 0, and at 0 we can go to just completely flattened. But what if you could pull it back, and then rather than just have it sort of fade a little dry in there, if it let it cope with the squish a little better? Doesn't need to go as loud as that. We can use a higher power factor in here. So 2.0, And then we'll hang on to our lovely golden ratio mean by doing this. There we go. That's probably about as much as it needs. Everything can scale down just a little bit. How about we ramp up speed a little bit more and see where that takes us? Drop that down a little bit. Or maybe that's cool. So I was talking about making floor be able to keep stuff out of being relentlessly squished. So this is doing two simultaneous things, and that seems to finally be working, so that's cool. These are both related to slow res. Seeing as we're boosting everything, I'm wondering whether the min can have floor involved somehow. Well, this is clamping things to 0 and 1. This is making it be slightly more. But if this clamped it between 0 and 1, maybe it would behave better. So instead, comp plus bez floor. And then we don't need to do this. And that actually also means that it can go to floor more smoothly because comp can scale down to 0. At least I believe that's how that's likely to work. And that should smooth its transition into the 0. And let's see if there's any truth to that. We'll try it getting right down towards the wire here. Ooh, just as people are showing up. I'm going to play the drums next, maybe. So, compression. And as we bring floor in, ooh, interesting. It's forcing it into silence anyway. Didn't expect that. Ooh, it's making it quieter. Am I doing it the wrong way? Probably. Yeah, I bet I'm doing it the wrong way. Yeah, comp plus floor. It's 1 minus this. Yeah, comp minus floor is what it's going to want. Let's find out. I think that'll do it. It was certainly doing the opposite of what it needed to do. So minus might just fix it. And then we'll find out. And then I'll play the drums again, and then we'll see where this goes from here. Technically, it goes for me going off and having tacos. I think this has been a long, grueling day, so I think I've earned them. Heavy, heavy compression. We're not quite silenced yet. It's definitely helping it though. That's interesting. Maybe if we're applying it here, we need to amplify it back up again. Let's find out. Full scale. Here we go. What do we get? And then I promise the next thing is the drums, and then we'll be done. Come on, load up you. Super aggressive compression. Looks like we're wandering close to it being able to bring the volume back up again, even when heavily squished. You kind of still hear it doing it though, but it is acting kind of like a floor. Because this is the other alternative. So full squish. Means this kind of comes in. At times when it feels a little faint. So quick with a drum kit I started this out on, and then we're going to go from there, and then I'm going to go and have dinner. But this is a pretty decent. I got some work done on the reverbs and stuff, anywho. Now here's where we were getting some of our action going. Speed up the attack a bit. Okay, so there we go. So raw drums, and then a bunch of compression. And there's definitely a bunch of edge on the front of the compression. And we can take the floor all the way off, but it can still play a role when things are over squished. See, the snare is vanishing. But you can let the snare come back by bringing floor up. And then do a little volume catching. There's something that I could do. It's 5, it's dinner time. But
Power
I
on.
have that.
Bluetooth connected.
So something I absolutely could do is play it through this. Now the attack will hit harder. Floor back down again. So that's a very aggressive compressed drum sound right there. Regular mic, and then the crazy compression. Because it's fun to compress stuff sometimes. You get this point on the front of things. There, it's a heavy sound. Sounds like there's a clap on it. Clean. Heavy. And with that, I will call it a day. I think I may possibly have the Dynamics plugin dialed in and ready to go. I feel like with the various things I was able to do with it, I'm going to need to make it bypass if it turned all the way up. But it feels like it's got the range. What it's not able to do is do all of its crazy things for all the different dynamic levels, all in the same places. So knob positioning, that's really going to matter. Like quietly recorded drums are super going to need to have a high floor setting and a really low ceiling setting because they're not slamming as hard. But an already recorded track, you barely get to lower the ceiling at all. Otherwise, it'll just dynamically squish and invert. And although you can bring it back using floor, it's not actually very good to do. You're just sort of bypassing the whole compressor that way. But yeah, I feel like it has the range. And at least I was able to get that release doing something useful. It's a bunch of weird changes to make it do that. But I think it got there. I'm going to be playing different things through it. But yeah, and it has been 6 hours of streaming. So I am going to bid you good night. I will be putting something out. I have not entirely settled on what it is, but I'm going to be releasing something this weekend, as always. And before I make my tacos, I'm going to quickly go and upload that forbidden track that I mentioned, which I have forgotten on Wednesday and now also on Thursday, but I'm going to get it uploaded. So let me go off and do that now. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.